Hey there, folks, or as the good book says, bazinga, or something like that. Hey, whoa, what's up? Yeah, early. Yeah, you guys are gonna. Hey, you guys are gonna read anything? What's up, my friends? How y'all doing? Did I take yesterday off? Yeah, I did take yesterday off. That is true. I did do that. I had a headache all day. I wanted to play games on stream, but my head hurt. You know how it is. I don't know how. Honestly, I don't know how Destiny does it. Destiny streams like 60, 70 hours a week. Does the guy not get like headaches? Maybe his body's just acclimated to it. He's been doing it 10 years. I've been doing it 1 year. Who knows? Whatever the case may be, hey, folks, beautiful day, beautiful stream coming up. First off, we have the Blue Politics Discord AMA. That's going to be fun. I love being asked questions. I imagine many of them are going to be from fascists, which is always nice. I love being ambushed like that. Next up, this is the very first time, we are doing the first world famous limited edition, never before seen, Bernie Watch. 1st of February. We're going to be going over from this point forward every single politics stream. We will be dedicating a chunk of that stream to covering the latest electoral news concerning the man, the myth, the legend, Bernie Sandinista himself. We got 3 things lined up for that, of course. Michael Bloomberg getting into the next debate. We have the Hillary Clinton booing kerfuffle. I'm sure all of you are familiar with that on Twitter. I've been tweeting angrily about it for about an hour. And, of course, we have the latest attempt by DNC staffers to rig the election against Bernie Sanders. We're going to go over all of that. And when we're done with that, we've got Blair White to go over. Okay? How about that, folks? Listen, lots of good content. Lots of good stuff. I know you're excited. I'm excited. And, yeah, I think it's time to get started. Yo! Oh, wait, I'm muted.
Oh. It's local end, Bosch.
And so it is. Hey.
Hey there, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderfully. I'm excited to be here, to be spending time with you, my good friend. Hit me up. What's on your mind, personally, you?
Personally, I'm actually thinking that beard looks pretty fucking awesome. It looks like something straight out of a Dionysian statue.
Thanks. It's called not trimming it for 3 months, but we'll eventually, eventually the goon squad's going to come for us. I'm going to have no choice but to bring it down a little bit. It's going to get caught in a door or something.
Put it off as long as you can.
I'll do my best. I'm here to project archetypical strength, to defend myself against all the fascists who are probing questions. I'm ready for it.
Okay. I don't know why you think we got a lot of those here, but we'll go for it. So
they're everywhere. You got to be on your toes.
For anyone who isn't aware yet, Vosh is a Twitch streamer, or do you still do Twitch?
I was exiled from Twitch over a civil difference in opinion. I just stream on YouTube now.
Okay. Vosh is a streamer. He streams games, and he also has streams talking about politics. We will post links to his Discord and social media on here when we're done. And he's I was told that he was a dirty communist, but I found out that he washes at least once a week, so that's not actually accurate.
Thank you for setting the record straight.
Certainly. So let's. Do you want to just jump straight into questions here? Or would you like to
I'm ready. Give me all the good ones. Mean, civil. I'm ready for them. I love these.
Okay. All right. So the first one we've got here is from BB. BB wants to know: should the voting age be lowered in the UK and the USA?
That's actually a really good question. I mean, to say yes would be to benefit my side, because younger people tend to vote further left. But on the other hand, there's an argument to be made that at that point you're just opening people up to double the votes of their parents, because people are highly susceptible to the influence of their parents at that age. They're all still living in the house, or at least most of them. I'm not sure. There maybe provisionally. I would actually be interested in that sort of like as a like conditionally. Maybe we could have a few states try it at 16. And we'll see how that pans out. I'm open to it, but I would need to see like where the data falls, like if it ends up being toxic or not.
Okay, so that'd be based on how that affects the elections.
Yeah, well, not like whether it leans left or right, but whether it seems like all the votes are just a reflection of their parents' votes. That's one of the arguments that were made against women's suffrage back in the 1910s and 20s and stuff. The idea was that, like, well, a woman can only double or annul the vote of her husband, so really, what's the point? But I mean, whereas adult women kind of have agency. Kids, maybe not to the same extent. I'd be interested in seeing where it lands. I'm not really leaning one way or the other. I guess maybe I'd lean towards lowering the age to vote. That sounds like a good idea. Maybe.
Okay, so I gather that you're sort of a Bernie Sanders fan.
I'm a pretty big Bernie Sanders fan. Yeah, I'm much further to the left of him politically, but I respect his integrity quite a bit.
So Bird Lawyer wants to know who is your second choice in the Democrat race?
Uh, it's still Warren. It has to be Warren. Like, so I'm not a Bernie or Buster. I don't think that holding the DNC hostage over the election is a good way to move them further left. So I do take Warren for my second choice. I really don't like her, but she's still better than Biden, or Buttigieg, or Bloomberg, who seems to be dark horse running this election right now. So yeah, it'd have to be Warren.
What did you think about Warren's comments in I think it was the most recent debate?
The ones pertaining to the sexism allegations.
Yeah.
I don't think that Warren was lying deliberately. Warren doesn't strike me as a person who lies maliciously. Warren strikes me as a person who gets an idea in her head and she kind of runs with it and then gets like hurt when people challenge it because it's sort of a challenge to her authenticity. My guess, in all likelihood, is that Bernie said something along the lines of a woman will have substantial difficulties running against Trump because he's effective at riling up misogyny in his base. And Warren kind of like heard that, and I don't know, maybe she was like eating like a pie at the time, and kind of her focus was diverted. And now 2 years later, it sounds a little more, pernicious in her mind, and she sort of ran with that. I think it speaks to her lack of integrity, though, because she's intelligent. I don't think she's dumb, and anybody with two brain cells to bounce against one another could see how much CNN was leaning with those questions. If Warren had stood up and said, "Hey, listen, I disagree with Sanders over the characterization of our meeting, but he just clearly said he didn't say what you accused him of saying. I don't know why you're framing the question to me as though you're assuming I'm right. I would appreciate like a, neutrality and decorum in this debate." If she could say something like that, which would take a huge amount of character, by the way, that would have been fucking based. That like easy second choice for me if she had gone forward with that.
Okay, and while we're on this, Vilder King, who do you think would be a good V pick for Bernie?
Um, I want to go like the easy answer is probably Nina Turner. Um, because for a wide variety of reasons politically. But I wonder if it would be better to counterbalance Bernie Sanders' sort of radical populism with a more establishment candidate for the vice presidency to shore up some of the remaining like Biden, like Clintonista, brainworm, inhabited dipshits who infect the DNC like a pox. I'm not sure. I guess Nina Turner is my holdover option, if for no other reason than because Bernie could die in office, and if he does, we need a good candidate to replace him.
All right, our next question comes from Bird Lawyer about syndicates and co-ops. Bird Lawyer, you there?
Yeah, let me pull it up real quick.
My
Why do you
man.
think why do you think syndicates are a better model than worker-owned co-ops in business?
Because syndicates can function without a state to protect them, and worker co-ops cannot. Worker co-ops still require a larger structural entity to enforce property rights via the monopolization of violence. But I think that syndicates have the potential to sort of supplant simultaneously the government, the governance and the firms, the economic superstructures of a society. And in doing so, it's like a singular liquid democratic entity that operates sort of its own volition without needing a higher authority to defer to. Now, that is very high level theory stuff that I personally don't engage very much with. I tend not to focus too much on the specifics of political theory that go beyond sort of the socialist revolution, one foot in front of the other and stuff. But that's how it is as I've been made to understand it.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question to that. If that were true, would they have to be regionally based, quite local, or could you have like federal scale syndicate?
I think they'd have to be pretty local, or you would probably have local syndicates that would pertain to given like job fields, and that from those syndicates you would like elect representatives who would then represent their interests in a sort of broader like national or mega national fashion. But I think it would have to remain fairly local, or the scale of governance would be incomprehensible to the average citizen, which is obviously not ideal.
All right.
All right. Our next question comes from Jordan Phillips. Jordan asks, "How do you solve how do you solve the knowledge of being able to meet the demands of everyone in your communes?" Sorry. I'll start over again. Discord just kind of tweaked out for me. So, how do you solve the knowledge problem of being able to meet the demands of everyone in your communes based on the problem of scarcity?
So essentially, how do you make sure everyone in a commune gets everything they need? Like, how do you know what people need?
I think the question is basically about resource allocation in a commune.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are certain things that everyone needs no matter what. There are things like healthcare, there are things like food, there are things like drugs, where I think people have very stable, very consistent needs that can be met with very little sort of overthought. Or you can provide people sort of conditional, like a market, for example. Hey, you get, this many market, you get this many market, apples or whatever. And you can go there and people can make their own choices there. When it comes to more luxury decisions, though, specificities, hey, not everyone wants, basic furniture. What if you want something nicer? I do believe that there's room for market economics, even in a post-capitalist, even a post-state world. Syndicates or anarcho-syndicalism, mutualism more broadly, is unique in that it tries to synthesize the efficiency of market allocation with sort of the ethics of a post-scarcity world, ideally. Hopefully we would have solved, because right now we have enough material wealth in the world to more or less meet the needs of everyone. If we could distribute it perfectly and knew what everyone wanted, if we were just talking what we have, we could meet everyone's needs. So it's reasonable to assume that sometime in the near future, assuming, climate catastrophe doesn't fuck us over too much, we're probably going to reach something that is approximating at least the potential for a post-scarcity world, in that everyone can reasonably get what they want. At that point, it's just a matter of deciding which system should be decommodified entirely and just provisionally provided no matter what, because everyone's going to need it anyway, and which systems should be left kind of in an open air space where people can make personal decisions about how they want to customize their commodity purchases. But again, it's the high level theory stuff that I probably don't understand as well as some of the people in my chat. So if I talk anymore, I'll embarrass myself,
Okay, so a lot of our users here aren't familiar with your style of communism. Obviously, there's many different flares of it. How would you describe your style of communism? Do you think that everything should be communally owned and operated, or do you think that there should anything be private at all?
I generally refer to myself as a libertarian socialist because it's a really broad catch-all term. I am very open to hearing alternatives when it comes to theory past the implementation of socialism. It is the point to reaching socialism that I am most concerned with, because I think we're well a century away at a minimum, like potentially, from a good, decent socialist society. The distinction I will draw here is that the most immediate transitory step that I want to make is one of market socialism. That is to say, seizure of the means of production. The firms in our country are controlled collectively by the workers who work there. And what this means essentially is that private property is abolished, because private property, in the Marxian sense, is property which is used to create and replicate capital. So your toothbrush, that's not private property. Your house, that's not private property. It's your personal property. You live there, you know, it's your stuff. But your factory, your office, and the materials there, well, you don't use that. Other people use that to make money for you. That stuff gets reappropriated. And that's what I advocate for in the immediate sense. And I think there are many, many sort of implications and ramifications of the implementation of market socialism, which are very fun and exciting. And I love to talk about them. But that's the essential first step. And after that, we can maybe look at broader decommodification. And after that would come sort of the abolition of the state. It's sort of a transitory process, you know.
Okay. So some people say something along the lines, communism works okay as a replacement, but not to move forward and further progress society. What are your thoughts on that claim?
When we talk about stuff like communism, we're usually talking about a bunch of disparate ideas that don't really align that well with one another. When I talk about the ideas I want to see implemented, I'm usually very specific. I don't just say, I want to go communist, because then people think of a lot of things. Well, what is communist? Does communist mean like state rule or like party centralization? Well, I mean, it doesn't in Marxian theory, I can tell you that. It sure as hell doesn't to me. But, you know, nonetheless, that happened to a lot of communist-styled societies. When we look at progress moving forward in society, most big technological leaps are made through state funding. Usually the market doesn't make these sort of big leaps forward because that takes a lot of monetary investment. Usually what they do is they take existing technology and they refine it and they make it marketable to make money off of it, you know. So TV, radio, satellite, telecommunications, the internet, these are all big government projects. And then the private sector comes in. They're like, okay, well, what if the internet, you know, we put boobies on there? We could make a lot of money that way, you know. Television, well, what if we found a way to sort of, you know, create channels that would market people's interests and blah, blah, blah. Big steps forward are technologically are usually government work, or state work, I should say. Big steps forward socially are the work of the people. And it's the work of both the people and the government together, hopefully working in synthesis in a democratic fashion, to bring those social and technological advancements forward towards the betterment of the population. Some countries have been better at that than others. There are countries, for example, in Europe that have done far better implementing their reforms to stuff like, say, for example, the prison system or healthcare than America has, in spite of the fact that America is more technologically advanced, or has a greater capacity for technological advancement, than any other country on the planet. I think that when it comes to looking or moving forward to society, it's more about the ability for whatever power systems are in place to meet the needs of the people than it is about the specific like name or title we attach to the system.
Okay. So you said you wanted some tough, hard-hitting questions here. So the next one we got is from. Well, the next one we got. This is gonna be a toughie. It's from Mike Escape. Would you rather fight a lion or a cheetah?
Wait, are you kidding me? A cheetah? Aren't lions like twice the size of cheetah? Wait, hold on. Wait. Lion size. All right. Lions are about 420 pounds. Nice. And cheetahs are about. Oh, yeah. Cheetahs are like a third of the... Yeah. I know cheetahs... I mean, I'd probably lose to both of them, but I feel like I have a chance with a cheetah, you know. I feel like maybe if I get a really lucky kick, lion's no chance. No chance.
All right. So our next hard-hitting question here, I'm going to try to find the hardest ones we got here. It comes from user Vosh. How are you so cute?
I moisturize. That's the secret. You don't want that crusty ass pockmarked dude skin.
All right. So this is actually a kind of hard one. I assume this is in reference to something else which I don't know about.
Hmm.
Obviously, this may be suggesting something which isn't true. But a mom train asks, do you still think that people who buy child pornography should not be held responsible because computers have silicone in them?
Oh, this one comes up a lot. Yeah, so I'm happy to clarify because this seems like a simple misunderstanding. So, in the context of the original conversation, the point that I was making is that why is it immoral to purchase child pornography? Well, the money goes to pornographers, and those people rape children. That's pretty bad, giving them, money for that. The point I was making was that if we apply that logic, it's bad to give money to people or systems that hurt people for profit to our broader sort of supply chain. What we must come to the immediate conclusion is that almost every product that we use and consume and purchase and speculate on and everything was made unethically, and we give them money for that. Now, usually it's a lot more complicated. In this case, like if you buy a computer, the computer goes to the owner, and the owner pays off like dividends to the manufacturers who assembled the different parts, and those people give that money to the factories give money to the people who mined up the ore from the earth, or God only knows. I'm sure it's more complicated than that, even probably much more complicated. But for most items, there's going to be somewhere along that chain people being abused. And now a Marxist would say that all wage labor is exploitation, and I do believe that. But we can get a little bit more hard-hitting than that. There are literal slaves that do a lot of work out there that contribute pretty heavily. I mean, if you've ever eaten chocolate, for example, you're probably, in on this at some point. Child labor, slavery, sweatshops. It gets really, really bad out there. And the argument that I was making was not, oh, whatever, none of it matters, we should be able to do whatever. It was that the disparate logic we use is very frustrating to me, because it feels like if you're opposed to buying CP, you should be on my side when it comes to criticizing broader systems of labor exploitation, because you're right there. It's the same logic. And when I have these discussions, often I find that people cope like crazy. They're like, well, the child porn is worse. I don't know. There are billions of people kept in poverty by the supply chains the West benefits from. Buying child porn is inherently harmful, whereas buying a computer isn't. I don't think that's relevant. I don't think the morality of a decision is relevant, or it changes based on whether it could have conceivably in another world been more moral. So that's essentially it. It's a frustration with the hypocrisy. Now, I will say this sort of as an addendum, with regards to the CP stuff specifically. I do think that a lot of people who talk about like the punishments for child pornography are more interested in like pig-headed like machismo American punitive justice than they are in actually, keeping kids from getting raped. Because every psychiatric article that I have ever read on the subject says that we should probably lean way back on the prison punishments for the possession of child pornography and on people who think they might have pedophilic tendencies, because hitting them with that threat makes it less likely that they'll seek out help and counseling and therapy, which are much more likely to keep them from offending. So I think a lot of people get up in their head about this. I personally am more concerned with like preventing kids from getting abused than I am with like the big-headed like justice thing. But that's just my frustration, because I think a lot of people tackle this issue with like their dicks instead of with their heads.
Okay, that's fair. So just for everyone watching, where some people have joined. We're doing an AMA with Vosh. He's a clean communist. And if you want to invite any of your friends, it's just discord.gg/bluepolitics. And we'll link his social media after the AMA. So next question is from Bait. Bait asks, what is your view on the increase of bureaucratic red tape that comes along with a stronger government influence on the economy?
I think it depends on the way in which the government is, influences the economy. For example, if we're talking about incredibly circuitous, sort of stock market regulations, this can get very red tapey. And the more complicated the red tape is, the more likely it is that corporations are going to find a loophole, which is what happened with Wall Street, and which is what consistently happens with many of our larger and more regulated industries. The regulations don't seem to function, which is why I don't really advocate for greater regulation. I advocate for tackling the problem at its core, because I would argue that most of the issues we have with the behavior of corporations comes from a dissonance in their behavior and the needs of the people. So if we took these corporations and we made them publicly owned, excuse me, I should have more water. If we take them and make them publicly owned, if they're owned collectively by the people who work there, not by the government, again, just by the people who work at that firm, what we will find is that they will now be acting more broadly in the interests of the people who share their class. There's no longer, 100,000 peons who have no say and 10 people who make billions of dollars from fucking with regulations. Now it's 100,000 and 10 people who are not exorbitantly wealthy, who are all, I imagine, middle class or thereabouts, who are interested broadly in maneuvering their firm to serve the interests of their class. People tend to act in their class interests. If we make those changes, regulations will be less necessary, not entirely unnecessary, but less necessary, because corporations are no longer bending over backwards doing insane fucking yoga tricks to circumnavigate the very basic legislation that's been put in place to keep them from fucking the people over.
All right. Let's see. Next, Ram one.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. Your mic is cutting out a lot. Are you on open mic?
Yeah. Let's see. Sorry, I've got a boom mic. I just set that. I'll just leave the boom open and be quiet on my end. That should fix it.
Gotcha.
But so, let's see. Next question we have here. Sorry, 1 sec. What is it? Graham. Graham wants to know if you deny the truth of Marx's labor theory of value.
No, there's no truth. It's just a different. It's a different analytical framework from which to approach the point of the labor theory of value isn't like this is like a heavenly mandate to describe perfectly the way of the material world. It's instead just a lens of analysis that helps us examine the impact of and the importance of labor. In a way that the supply-demand curve can't really do. Supply-demand curve, you could spend thousands of hours crafting some beautiful, Fabergé egg, and if nobody wants it, if they say like, hey, color theory, shit, fuck you, it's worthless in a market economy. And labor theory of value, there's another sort of extrinsic value that you can assign to it based on the fact that somebody just put so much damn time into it. But neither of them are meant to be perfect, like, price setting mechanisms. It's just a way of analyzing. But yes, in short, yes, labor theory of value is based. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So our next question comes from Teddy Bear. Teddy Bear asks, should we prefer another 4 years of Trump to help bolster leftist movements, or should we suffer the mediocrity of a Biden administration? And he also adds, we have seen the rise of the right significantly during the Obama administration, and the same for the left wing during the Trump administration, with Sean, ContraPoints, etc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Bernie or Buster. I think that even if it goes to Biden, we should vote for Biden. I don't think holding the DNC hostage over an election is the best way for us to change their policies. I think I think that our time is during the election season. The election itself, we kind of have to fall in line. I don't think any third party like dreams are possible. Third parties cannot exist under a first past the post voting system. They will never succeed. They're not capable of succeeding. It's just the way first past the post works. I think all we can really do is work to reform the DNC, but the DNC doesn't care about losing. Why on earth would the DNC represents the exact same monetary interest the Republican Party does? Maybe a slight, maybe like 90% overlap instead of 100% overlap. You know, if the DNC loses, like cool, maybe the DNC goes broke, but all of the monetary interests they were representing, you know, keep chugging along. Everything's fine. So our goal here isn't to fight them with regards to the electability of their candidates, you know, force them to lose by voting third party or not voting at all. Our goal here is to put pressure on them during the election season to support more progressive candidates, or else, the or else being people lose trust in and faith with the Democratic Party broadly, which leads usually to an upset in the elected officials. You know, Congress people and senators and what have you sort of get replaced, and that's more embarrassing for them than any presidential loss ever could be. By the way, I think the Democrats want to lose the presidency. I genuinely believe this, because if they lose the presidency, if the Democrats lose then they don't have to do anything for 4 years. It's great. They can just sit there and complain about Trump for another 4 years. They don't have to do anything, you know. It doesn't hurt them. They're all rich fucking white dudes for the most part. They don't give a shit. They just get to sit there and, you know, sort of posture and virtue signal as the country gets worse and worse and worse. Forcing them to be held accountable to a Biden presidency would be the worst thing that could happen to them, given how fucking embarrassing of a candidate he is.
All right, and I'm also curious, and you can answer this for Biden and for Sanders separately. What do you think the chances are of Biden or Sanders separately beating Trump in the election?
I think Sanders has a very good shot to win. I think with Biden it's a coin flip. With Sanders, I'd put it like at 60 or 70%. Sanders taps into that same populism that that Trump has, you know, tapped into. He does very well with independents, which is really good. Trump has praised Bernie at several points, you know, crooked DNC, rigging it against Bernie, which makes him look like the same kind of maverick that Trump campaigned on being back in 2016. And also, Bernie is one of the few candidates who can actually make fun of Trump for all the things that Trump has done without impugning himself, because there is nothing of Trump in Bernie. You know, there's no voting on his the military spending. There's no like sort of broader support for like the Patriot Act. He has a distance, I think, that allows him a much greater vantage point from which to attack Trump.
All right, and while we're on this impeachment, I've got to ask, what do you think about the whole impeachment thing?
It's fucking boring. I mean, obviously, obviously, all the Republican senators who voted against having more witnesses, all these people are a traitor to the Republic, unquestionably. There is no reason to be a Republican. To be a Republican is to be a simp for corporations. They have no values and no interest in democracy. These people are unquestionably traitors to the country. Now don't get me wrong, plenty of Democratic traitors as well, not leaving them, you know, off the table, but the Republican Party is worse in every conceivable respect. As for the broader impeachment, I never cared. There was no chance of it ever going through with McConnell. This is all just, you know, showboating. In an ideological sense, we should be able to impeach presidents who have done what Trump has done. He's definitely deserving of impeachment, but in a pragmatic sense, there's just no way to get it done in this country. We barely have a functioning democracy. So it was just all, you know, like fireworks and such. And it had the additional negative effect, by the way, of giving all these dipshit lib dems something to focus on other than the election, which they absolutely shouldn't be. We're pulling Sanders out of his campaigning to have him sit in the Senate for the showboat trial, and all these dems are obsessed with the impeachment. Instead of doing what they should be doing, which is thinking up ways to convince their dipshit red uncles, why Project Veritas's expose on Bernie Sanders doesn't actually mean Bernie wants to put every Republican into gulag. But they're not doing that. They're talking about the damn impeachment. So yeah, I don't even fucking follow it. I keep up with the headlines. Beyond that, it's just so boring.
All right. So just a follow-up boomer question for myself. What is a simp?
Simp means sucker. It's like sucker interested in mediocre, sucker idolizing mediocre pussy, and it's the Right, yeah, it's the implicate, or you can go mediocre penis. By the way, it's neutral in that sense, but it means basically like you're cucking yourself, like you're putting you're on the floor, you're kissing toes, but it's not even worth it. Like, why are you doing that? They're not even good toes, you know.
All right. Bird Lawyer asks, if we did a Project Veritas style expose on you, what would we find out?
What's a Project Veritas expose where you harass me in a bar and then make shit up by deceptively editing footage? I don't know what that means. Project Veritas is a hack organization, but God, let me like what have I don't know, dude. I feel like all my drama has been pretty expertly one time in the second grade, I was on the jungle gym with a girl, and I pushed her off because she was in my way. And I just meant to move her to the next rung, but she fell off and broke her arm. I felt real bad about it. I was friends with her. That's it. There we go. The Project Veritas, exposed. I'm getting it out there before they can get it.
Oh, oh. So you're a child abuser?
Yet another example, mind you, of Vosh targeting and assaulting women. Added to the list, boys. Take them away.
All right. So next question we've got here is from El Fuser. El Fuser asks, Vosh, what do you think of right libertarianism? Is it worse than conservatism?
Yeah, because literally every person who's ever told me they're a right libertarian was lying, and they were actually a Nazi. I'm actually not joking. I've heard it from 3 people in my life, and every single one of them, it's almost like a litmus test now. I'm like, hey, I'm a right libertarian. Okay. How many Jews do you think died in the Holocaust? And they're like, well, now I'm not saying that's all right libertarians or anything. It's just like, why the fuck, like, what the fuck is the point of being a right libertarian exactly? It's ideologically consistent, I'll give it that, because there's no actual such thing as being fiscally conservative, socially liberal. It's a lie, you can't, like, it's a meme. But like, what are you getting with right? So small government, okay, but every right libertarian I've ever talked to wants the wall and wants a big military and wants police force, armed with military off-run gear, rolling tanks through Detroit, firing rubber caps at like black teens. So they're not really small government, and they're right-leaning socially, so they hate like gay and trans people. So like, what are we? It's just fascism. Like, I don't know what we're getting. The only way in which they're libertarian is that they want to cut social programs, but fascists would do that too, at least for certain people. So I don't know. Maybe I haven't had the maybe I haven't had the right libertarian explain it to me before. But so far, yeah, it's just been a cavalcade of failure from that side of the aisle.
Okay. And there's got a clarifying question. You said there were 3 people you ever heard self-identify as right libertarian?
Mm-hmm.
Only 3?
Yeah, I mean, well, one of them was Flamenco from the Kill stream, but he's given up on that now, I think. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was in my first conversation. He was like, yeah, I'm a right libertarian. It's like, okay. I didn't know who he was at the time. So that was before I knew he worked with the Kill stream. So that was cool. The other 2, one of them was just some dude who came on. The other was like, I think I argued with him on Reddit or something like that. You're right. I've got to expand my horizons. Yeah, always keep an open mind. Maybe the correct right libertarian is lying over the horizon for me, waiting for me to traverse that path. I'm open. I'm ready.
Okay. Well, I hope you find him. So the next question we've got here is from. So I don't. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. We're gonna skip this one. So it's not a good one. Juve asks, is it fitting for us to look back at the gurus of the past now that populism has failed?
Populism is Wait, populism is currently surging. Wait, what does that mean? What? Wait, can you repeat the gurus of the past?
Yeah. Is it fitting for us to look to the gurus of the past now that populism has failed?
Wait, is this like a traditionalist meme? Like, now that the people wanted the gays, but the gays are bad, now we have to return to Guru Lahima, who realized that air is void. I have no idea. We're currently surging with populism. Populism is rising up all across the West. Liberalism is dying right now. Civil, decorum, liberalism is currently, on its way out. Right now, like the two most popular presidential candidates are without question in this country, Trump, by way of him being president, and Bernie Sanders, who are both massive populists. We had a populist movement uprise in the UK, which led to Brexit. We have populist movements, most of them right wing, rising up in Sweden, in Poland, in Greece, in Spain. Like we have I feel like we're on the up and up. I'm a populist. I love populism. I think that the civil decorum, listen to your pundit shit, is a way of suppressing the class interest of the proletariat. I think it's, in medical speaking, hella gay. So I'm very opposed to it. I'm delighted to see this new era of populism. I just hope it works out in our favor.
All right. Our next question from Yev Kasem is, what is the socialist rationale regarding prison reform? Would you be in favor of letting ex-convicts vote?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. If you make it so convicts and ex-convicts can't vote, you are giving the party in power a strong incentivization to jail people who they know will disagree with them. That is a really bad. What is that called? There's a technical term for that in political science. It's called like a toxic motivation, or something like that. Chat, you can correct me, but there's a term for it. It's when you incentivize very bad behavior. But yeah, no, absolutely. That should, yeah, that's like a no-brainer to me. It's like, what, some guy got caught with a few ounces of weed, like they shouldn't be able to decide the direction of their country. No, like what are criminals going to vote for the murder candidate? Like, are murderers in prison going to be like, yeah, we're gonna make murder legal again? Like, I don't know what criminals could really do to like harm the political discourse. Prisons should also be made maybe not hellholes. Right now, prisons in the United States are abject shitholes. Perverse incentive. Thank you, Violet. Perverse incentive. That's the term. It's a perverse incentive for criminals to not be able to vote, or ex-convicts. But yeah, additionally, right now our prisons are terrible. In large part, this is due to defunding private prisons. A lot of it's also due to our punitive culture in this country, where prison guards are taught that prisoners are like these subhuman monsters who need to serve out their time, and until then you can treat them however you like. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in that respect. But I think a socialist would be interested in all of it, because a socialist is interested principally in liberation and human enfranchisement, right? I mean, what greater cause to rise to for a socialist than to improve the prison systems in this horrible, broken country.
All right. Our next question comes from Slowpoke. Slowpoke asks, do you think Bernie will be able to live up to his campaign promises given how the Democratic Party works?
He won't be able. Oh, I mean, he won't be able to do like 90% of what he wants to do, but I think he'll be able to put pretty enormous pressure. There's a ton that he can do through executive actions, for example. So over the past like 20 years, like we've come to realize in this country that the president can actually do literally anything they want because nobody challenges executive actions. There's just no mechanism. Like they'll just get away with anything. And Bernie has talked about how many plans he's been speaking with his advisors about how many plans he could conceivably get done just through executive action. And at this point, but back in the olden days, I would have said that's gross. We should get everything through Congress and Senate. Now, fuck those people. Fuck those people. The Senate is literally non-functioning. Absolutely not. If Bernie gets in, Bernie should do everything he can. They will have to pry his corpse from the Oval Office. His skeleton will be clinging to it, and he will be doing executive actions until the day he dies. He is, as far as I'm concerned, he is the Senate. If that's anti-democratic of me, I strongly counter. There is no system in this country currently less democratic than that of the United States Senate under Mitch McConnell, and whatever ghoul will replace Mitch McConnell. There is nothing less representative of the will of the people than the Senate. So I think that Bernie Sanders will be able to get a lot of executive actioning done, We can only hope.
So this next question, if you could start by explaining this term, because I don't actually know what this means. I'm sure a lot of people here don't. Elephant Boy asks, have your views around gender abolition developed over your career? If so, how?
Yeah, so there you go, Kalix. So to clarify, gender abolitionism is a belief. It's a very, very radical, it's one of the most radically progressive beliefs around, at least in my opinion. And it's the belief that we should just get rid of gender. Just yeet it. Just destroy gender. By gender, of course. I'm not talking about sex. Obviously, there will be people with penises and vaginas. You know, that's how we're doing it at the moment. Maybe 1,000 years in the future, we'll have some crazy new shit. But for now, we're pretty much okay with that. But with gender, what I'm talking about specifically are the roles and expectations which are associated with one's sex. So I was born with a penis, for example, and born with the capacity to grow a great big beard, and I was born rather large, and all of this is biological, and that's great. However, stuff like the clothing that I wear, the way in which I carry myself, the intonation of my voice, there's nothing biological about why I speak this way. I could be speaking like this just as easily if I had just socialized myself into doing so. Now, it sounds awkward now, of course, but, you know, give me 20 years of practice, we'll see. All of this is completely social, completely arbitrary, and I believe that we as a society would be better off if we just stopped. Now, this is obviously a very long-term project. This is not an immediate thing. It's just a broader social goal to decrease the extent to which we allow gender expectations to influence our lives. And eventually maybe we'll just sort of drop the idea altogether. Now, there's always going to be some sort of intrinsic associations, like obviously people with penises probably going to be a little bit more biologically predisposed towards more like sort of aggressive tendencies because of higher concentrations of androgens and testosterone. Sure, fine. But again, you know, just let people decide. Now, as for how my views on gender abolitionism developed, honestly, if you think about it, gender's just kind of fucking dumb. It's so arbitrary. I don't like arbitrary systems. They really upset me. Maybe it's because I'm autistic, you know. I see like a social system, and it influences people's lives so much. Like people live their whole lives in the framework of the gender binary in this country, or maybe that's expanding now, but it's still a framework. And so much of it is completely arbitrary. And it seems to hurt a lot of people's lives, you know? There are a lot of people out there born with, you know, big dicks who just don't, who feel like they can't cry or feel like they can't emotionally bond with others because they're expected to be stoic. A lot of people out there born with, you know, big titties who are upset because nobody takes them seriously by way of their size or their gender or their sex. And there's just so many ways this hurts people. And if there are ways in which it benefits people, you can just do those things without gender. You could be like me without gender. You can still be big or strong or wear suits instead of dresses, you know. That you don't need gender to tell you to do that. That's a personal aesthetic choice you can make. Anyway, that's the long and short of it. I'm sorry. I rambled on a bit there, but that's my belief in gender abolitionism sort of summed up.
It's all right. In our good graces, we will forgive you for that offense. So our next question comes from Zolly. What do you think about Huey Long?
Oh God, oh my God, it's been so long. I haven't heard that name since college. I oh man, I remember, you know, hearing a lot about this guy back in the day. He was pretty fucking based, right? Yeah. He was a governor. Okay, wait. I'm going to stop. I'm going to go. I'm taking a shot in the dark. Okay, I'm closing my eyes. Fucking Huey Freeman. I'm feeling it. Every man a king. I think he's sick. From everything I remember from my schooling, it's been a few years. I remember this man very, very fondly. We have a lot of, you know, kings off in our past that a lot of people forget about. There were a lot of incredibly productive populist left-leaning people back in the turn of the century, the turn of the 20th century. And I feel like a lot of people could do to learn about that because their prominence and their popularity are like the backbone of everything in this country that currently works and functions.
Okay. So let's see. Our next question. This is very broad. Elfuser asks, "Can you define conservative?"
Yeah. So the conservative liberal dichotomy could be more accurately framed as conservative versus progressive. No, in my opinion, people don't care that much about economic positions. They care about the social positions those economic positions afford, which is why progressives tend to lean more left economically and reactionaries tend to lean more right economically. People want economic systems that lead into the social systems they desire. A conservative is somebody who values hierarchy, and a progressive is somebody who values egalitarianism. All of my political positions are about ensuring people can live their lives freely and as equally as possible. No two individuals are truly equal, of course. But in legal and social sense, everyone should be given the same shot. Lives should be made good. And a conservative is someone who believes that some people are just better than other people. There are hierarchies. Some people are worthy and some people are not. And a good society is one which places people in their proper hierarchies, that places the right people in the right places. When conservatives get upset, it's because they believe that the places aren't being adhered to. The people aren't in the right places at the right times. But that's the main distinction. Pretty much all policy differences come back to the to those two fundamental differences in policy application.
All right. The next question, Platonic Lefty. They ask, "Did you ever fall down the alt-right rabbit hole? If so, and what should be done to get
I'm afraid you're cutting out again, my friend.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Platonic Lefty asks, "Did you ever fall down the alt-right rabbit hole? If so, how did you get out, and what should be done to get people out?"
I did not know. I knew so most people's entry point to the alt-right rabbit hole began with Gamergate and with the people who came from Gamergate, at least in the online space. And this isn't like a coincidence or anything. Steve Bannon recognized that the people who were offended by sort of Gamergate were the same people who were easy to radicalize into white supremacy. There have been multiple, the Richard Spencer, the Daily Stormer, have, acknowledged the potential that Gamergate has. There was astroturfing on Gamergate subs on 4chan, and they hardly needed it on 8chan, but it happened anyway, where like, hey, you're concerned about all these SJWs in gaming, huh? Ruining it, censoring your games? Well, wait till I tell you about what SJWs are doing to research on IQ differences between the races. Like, the pipeline fell in pretty hard. By the time Gamergate started, I was already left-leaning. I was a libertarian in, like, high school back in 2011 or 2010 or whatever. But after that point, I was sort of cemented. And once you're left-leaning, it's very hard to get into that stuff. When it comes to getting out of the alt-right pipeline, the thing is, one of the most important things to remember is that to be the more conservative you are, the more delusional you are by necessity. Very conservative beliefs are maintained by a perpetual sense of self-victimization and of ostracization from other groups. These things are very difficult to maintain if you have a balanced source of friends and sort of media outlets. Usually people who fall down the alt-right pipeline are like one day, like they wake up and they realize like the only news sources they're getting their info from are from Paul Joseph Watson or like Mr. Medicare, and the only like friends they have are the ones they talk to on 8chan or Poll or Kiwi Farms or whatever. And at that point, like there's no way to like breach through. To get people out of the alt-right pipeline, you can't logically convince them because they didn't logic themselves into these positions. Like they didn't, nobody reasons their way into being an alt-righter or even being very conservative. It's usually a fear-based response or disgust. Disgust is another big one. That's why conservatives focus on trans people so much. Trans people are a small portion of the population and trans rights affects like nobody. Like literally, like nobody gets, only trans people are influenced by trans people, honestly. Maybe like twice in your life you'll be hanging out and you'll like see a cute girl, and like maybe through some sort of acumen you realize, like, oh, she has a penis or whatever. Oh, I'm not into penises. Okay, cool, whatever. And that's it. Like, that's the whole burden in your life. But to them, it's everything. To trans people, it's everything. And to the alt-righters, it's everything too. That's why they talk about it so fucking much, because that disgust response, because they feel disgusted by trans people, you know, because for whatever reason, that disgust response is necessary to maintain the sense of immediacy and victimhood that allows them to operate at the degree of radicalism they do. I'm very far left, you know. At least I'd like to think that I am. I believe in violent revolution, you know, seizing the means of production, dictatorship of the proletariat. I'm in favor of, you know, a lot of fairly far left positions, but I feel like I engage with them in a fairly reasonable and healthy way. You know, the ability to talk with people who disagree with me, ration out my positions. I don't have this like delusional, like feels-based sense of immediacy that compels me. It's just, you know, hey, political theory, we got this, we got that, you know, here's what we probably should do, here's what we shouldn't do. At least I'd like to think so. You can be radical without being crazy. I believe this sincerely. If you want to get people out of the far right, out of the alt-right pipeline, you have to expose them to sources of information that are unorthodox to the direction they're heading in. Sorry, again, super rambly, but that is my suggestion. It's very, very, very important to get these people a healthy breakfast of information sources.
All right. So next question. Yesterday we had an AMA with Lawrence Krauss, and I was really interested by his answer to one of the questions. He was saying that he doesn't think, obviously he does think climate change is a real problem, but he doesn't think it's a kind of problem that will lead to any kind of global extinction event. Do you think that we're any risk of anything like that, like a global extinction event from climate change?
Oh, there's always a risk. We're 100 minutes to midnight on the, you know, the nuclear, the doomsday clock. There's absolutely a risk of total annihilation. I don't think it's the most likely outcome. I think what's most likely to happen is that certain parts of the earth are going to be made uninhabitable, which is going to lead to a flux of climate refugees, hundreds of millions of them. Most of them are going to die. Wars are going to erupt at border states, trying to fight over who gets the least share of migrants. Somebody's going to commit a war crime and nuke a camp of them and kill, like, glass 50,000, Indonesian climate refugees. Things are just going to get worse and worse and worse with time. Now, there are several core states that are going to survive for longer than others. Like, for example, America is pretty set. America has 2 contiguous borders. Canada is probably not going to be melting, you know, anytime soon. Mexico, we sort of are already dealing with that situation at the moment. Mexico is going to get a huge influx of climate refugees from Central America. There's no denying that. Sorry, 100 seconds to midnight, not 100 minutes. My apologies. But the most likely scenario to me is that the human population is, over the course of a century, halved as portions of the world are made uninhabitable. They try to travel to habitable regions, and wars erupt over the sort of management of these refugee groups. In all likelihood, this will accompany a hard right turn in our governance. Anytime there is a broad swath of refugees, the government, you know, fear mongers like crazy over them. We see it happening now in Europe with the Syrian refugee crisis. It happened here with the Mexicans. It's still happening somehow here with the Mexicans and with Muslim people, despite the fact that Muslims commit less crime per capita than the average American citizen, and there's like 1% of the population that's Muslim, but whatever. Somehow we managed to make that a crisis. I imagine that the countries of the world will find a way to make crises of the hundreds of millions of people who will, and this is factual, by the way, definitely be displaced. There are parts of the world that it will only take a meter or 2 of the oceans rising for those places to just be done. It's gone. Just Earth that we're never getting back, or at least not for a very long time.
All right. And next question comes from Whiskey Renegade. He asks, is there a conservative or libertarian or capitalist view that you think is...
That I think is what?
That you think is right?
Conservative, libertarian, or capitalist view. Conservative, no. Not even close. libertarian and capitalist overlap a little bit. I mean, I think that market economies can be functional in a very limited sense, but that's not necessarily a capitalist view because I don't advocate for private control of the means of production. That's a capitalism thing. Libertarian. Yeah, okay, yeah, there's a fundamental value of libertarianism. This is something libertarians pretend to believe in. I've encountered very few who actually give a shit about this. I do believe that people should be able to live their lives free of government influence for the most part. I don't, I think people should come to the government. The government should not come to them. We should find a way to structure society so people are interested in, and engaged with their local community government and with their broader national government or post-national, whatever, is going to happen. But I don't think that like there should be. I don't want the government meddling in my fucking life. Fuck that. I distrust the state. Second Amendment rights. That's also a big one. I'm very pro-gun. Very, very pro-gun.
How pro-gun are you?
Probably far, far more pro-gun than any electable Democrat, and probably more pro-gun than most Republicans. I want community armories. I want standoffs between police and neighborhoods. I want everyone to keep a gun, in a safe somewhere in their house. I think that a well-armed proletariat is an essential step to defending yourself against state oppression.
Vosh, you want the police to get shot?
Yeah, what if they're infringing? If they're infringing on the rights of a community, yeah, if they're laying siege to a community the same way that they do in so many like inner city black communities, absolutely, yeah. I can't, and you know what? It works too. The Black Panther Party, they had folks with guns. They would tail cops around in Chicago, making sure the cops did a real good job with that day's rounds. And hey, you know what? Violence between the cops and people in that city went down as long as they were doing that. Turns out, cops aren't willing to misbehave if there are heavily armed Panthers, in a black tinted car behind them. It was a great system, really. Shame they all, assassination of Frederick Hampton and what have you, but it worked while it worked.
Okay, so would you then be in favor of automatics, or do you think that's something that should be?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the possession of automatic weapons. If a person wants to shoot up a school or whatever, or shoot up a public area, they're going to be able to do that no matter what, given how many firearms are available in the black market here in this country. You can do straw purchases. There are probably, it's America. There are more guns in this country than there are people. I don't think that, like, restricting, like, heavy ordnance is a good way to keep it out of the hands of people who are sufficiently dedicated. The main thing that we need to be concerned about when it comes to gun violence is the drug war, which enables a fuck ton of gun violence, gun culture, which is right now incredibly chauvinistic, and suicide, because a lot of gun deaths are suicides. It's very easy to commit suicide with a gun, Pills or razor blades, you got to think about that. Jumping off a bridge, you got to think about that for a bit. Guns, you're done. And that's, I think, a legitimate health issue that should be dealt with.
All right. So sorry about that.
No.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised to hear you say that. It's very uncommon with people that are generally communist. So I think you said this, but I just want to clarify. You believe in the Second Amendment as a individual right to self-defense? Is that correct?
I don't care about it as framed through the Constitution. I don't give a fuck. Even if there was no like Bill of Rights, I would still want. Yeah, I believe, because one of the issues with the system as it exists now is that violence, the capacity to commit violence, is concentrated in the hands of the state, which means that the people will always be subject to the whim of the state. Violence is the ultimate arbiter of all political force. Everything eventually comes to do this or you will be killed. That's always going to be how politics works, or someone you love will be killed. I don't know, whatever. But if you have, widespread gun ownership amongst the population, we have a greater degree of the civilian militias, more of an ability to resist like state or police oppression, more of an ability to defend ourselves against any sort of, paramilitary or state police exercises, and most importantly, a greater capacity to enact a proletarian revolution, should the time ever come out. I think these things are very, very important. Even if they slightly lead to an increase in gun deaths or whatever, I think these are worthwhile trade-offs.
All right. Change of pace here. England has just left the EU. If I had a soundboard, I'd play Rule Britannia. But what are your thoughts on Brexit?
Um, there are there are plenty of good reasons for Brexit conceptually. Most of the people who are pro Brexit are either idiots or white nationalists who don't realize they're white nationalists. Most of it was fear mongering or immigration based stuff. Now there are good reasons, and I know a lot of pro Brexiteers are going to be pretending that they supported Brexit for the good reasons. Now that Brexit has actually happened, they're going to be like, "Oh yes, well, I was very concerned with the provisions for voting in new legislation in the EU cabinet. I thought that it didn't give us a sufficient." I know they're going to be doing that, but nah, fuck that. The majority of the people who voted for Brexit were largely uneducated rural voters who were scared about brown people coming into their country. And people have tried to convince me this is not the case. No, fuck you. I've looked at the numbers. This is absolutely the fucking case. You're not telling me some fishing hamlet in northern, in northern England is 90% full of residents who are deeply concerned with the voting structure of the EU. Get that shit out of my face. So yeah, I don't know if Brexit itself was a good idea. I just know that it was not exactly, supported by the greatest minds.
All right. If I'm not wrong here, Jeremy Corbyn was in favor. Would you have been significantly more comfortable with it if it was under a Corbyn?
I think I'm anti-Brexit, but that's mostly because I have more faith than most leftists in the ability. I believe most left. Oh god, we're getting like hard line so a lot of leftists believe that there's no value in influencing other countries through transnational trade agreements like the TPP here for America, for example, because you're letting corporations kind of leverage our public policy with regards to foreign affairs. I am more neutral on them. I think I'm still anti-Brexit, but there's no denying Corbyn's beliefs concerning Brexit were more, I guess, salient and reasonable than the broader populations. I think Corbyn was in favor of a second referendum, if I recall correctly, which was like kind of a pussy move. I mean, this was like a Brexit election. You either do it or you don't. So yeah, I don't know. I'm probably still anti-Brexit, but I acknowledge it's a pretty complicated issue.
All right, and so just for anyone listening in, if you want to invite your friends, it's discord.gg/bluepolitics, and we're talking here with Vosh, the clean communist, and so on the server we've got a mock government. It's just something we do for fun. The parties that we've got 5 of them officially right now, and 4 of them are kind of bland, like libertarian, leftist, conservative, United Socialists, which is socialists and communists. But the 5th one that I think is very unusual is the Harvesters, and they're basically transhumanists. What are your thoughts on transhumanism?
I think that an increase in our interest in transhumanism, which is something that people have been talking about a lot lately, is a reflection of broader alienating forces in our society. I think that generally speaking, people who are happy and content with their lives don't really fantasize about elements of their physiology being augmented. I think that a lot of people are deeply unhappy with not just society at large, but also how their bodies are and how they look. I think that transhumanism, at least in culture, is largely a reflection of our increasing, skepticism concerning body politics, whether that be trans people, because obviously a lot of trans people want to fuck around with their bodies. Body modifications in general, whether that be tattoos or piercings, or eating disorders, like people being uncomfortable sort of with their level of musculature or fat. I'm not opposed to transhumanism at all. I don't think we should be limited to this form forever. I think that we can probably do lots of cool things in the future. My main issue is that in a capitalist society, right now, we live in not a meritocracy, but a society where, in spite of the odds, it is quite possible for a person with nothing to do great things. A very, very intelligent person, even if they're born to an underclass, even if they're, I don't know, black or trans or whatever disadvantaged, socially, they can do great things. But if we live in a society where the children of wealthy families only are capable of significantly augmenting the physical and mental capabilities of their children, then we may find ourselves in a position where the poor are literally subhuman when compared to the wealthy. And this is a massive disparity and a massive problem, and it is unacceptable to me that a divide in our society could be made that real based off class. If transhumanism were to be a thing, I would only accept it if it were completely divorced from the material availability of the people who opt into it. It would have to be either random or it would have to be cheap enough to be universally applicable. Those are the only two acceptable concerns for me. If you're older, maybe, and you want to like give yourself a bionic arm or some shit, go for it, cool. But when we're talking about stuff like increasing your intelligence or your cognitive ability, that's really scary if that starts getting applied unevenly,
Okay, that's fair enough. So this next one's a fun one. What do you think about? I mean, I know you're not a fan of Trump, but
Mhm.
what do you think about the changes that Trump has inadvertently been making in the Republican Party? For example, he is the first president from either party to enter office supporting gay marriage. He's been famously quoted as saying, "I love the gays; they're great people."
I have a feeling that most candidates would have come in on that. That just seems like a march of time sort of thing. Um, I guess he hasn't really done anything to harm gay people. It's mostly trans people he's been fucking over. But that's always, I mean, it's always the next front. The envelope gets pushed. Now, being gay is it's easy to support gay people now. I mean, Pete Buttigieg, is one of the leading candidates. In the country is gay. That's really cool, great. He can be open with that. Now it's mostly trans people we're fucking over. Also, Trump appointed like a fuck ton of evangelicals, all across the government. So even if he personally is pro-gay, I don't know if he's really like standing up for their rights. He may not have directly opposed them, but sort of implicitly. The only real change that Trump's like made or going to make with the Republican Party is it's a Innuendo Studios video, the death of the euphemism. That's the main thing. Now with Trump out, with him sort of captivating the populist sentiment of the population, we can now abandon sort of the dog whistles. Now we can just say Mexicans are rapists. Now we can just make fun of disabled people by doing a little spastic jig up on stage. Now we can just ban Muslim people. Oh well, we can't call it a Muslim ban legally. We'll just take a list that already existed that just so happens to only ban Muslim people, and we'll ban those people. And everyone will know it's a Muslim ban, even if we deny it in public. We move more towards, if anything, honesty and integrity. In a way that I think is refreshing. It also makes them a more direct target to populists, like Bernie Sanders, for example. It'd be much easier for Bernie Sanders to impugn someone like Donald Trump than it would be for him to impugn someone like Mitt Romney, or some other, puppet hack like that, who I don't even think he exists anymore. He must be dead, surely. That's how little relevance he has in the broader media discourse. But yeah, I think those are the main issues, and I don't know if that's a good or a bad change. I guess I do appreciate the death of the euphemism. I would rather a politician go up on stage and just call like Mexicans like beaner wetbacks than say like criminals and thugs who are coming across the southern border. I think I prefer the sincerity.
All right. Next question comes from Bird Lawyer. He asks, if you had to choose one of the two, ANCAP or Tanky
ANCAP or tanky parents?
Paradise.
Paradise. Oh god. Still tanky. I think a lot of tankies at the end. I think a lot of tankies at the end of the day, they're looking for you know, they do want something good. I just think they're idiots when it comes to the implementation. ANCAPs, the ideal ANCAP society is a Mad Max, you know, feudal nightmare that I want no part in.
All right. So I know you said you actually relish the fascist questions. We actually haven't gotten many because
Yeah,
we do.
I'm impressed. I'm actually quite surprised. I see in the AMA discussion channel somebody's arguing with I don't know if they're a Nazi or a fascist, but they keep getting spammed with the no Nazis emote. I'm very proud of the community, you know?
Yeah, we actually ban Nazis. So and like seriously, like it doesn't matter. But I mean, it doesn't matter where it is. We don't really like that. But I I think this is a fashy question you might enjoy.
I love
I
them.
think it's the same user you were seeing in the chat. Ulster asks, "How would you feel if whites became a minority in the USA? Is it a good thing, bad, or are you indifferent?" P.S. Don't shrug this off as a conspiracy, as it's a fact. The white birth rate is declining.
Oh, I mean, I would never shrug. So, okay, so hold on. The Great Replacement theory is a conspiracy. The fact that whites will eventually be a minority in this country is a fact. Yeah. So there's the Great Replacement is not just the knowledge that whites will eventually be a minority in this country. I'm indifferent. I don't think. Again, race. So race is literally like if we strip all the social connotations, race is literally like maybe minor facial feature differences, skin color, eye color, hair color. Maybe you can get wiggly hair or straight hair. You know, like that's basically it. In an intrinsic sense, we have no evidence to suggest that there are any like strong differences genetically beyond that. Because it's to my knowledge, and I keep very up with the literature on this, there is absolutely no evidence to suggest there's like an intrinsic IQ gap or anything. And there's certainly no evidence to suggest that culture is genetic and racially charged. I know a lot of people like to say that, you know, warrior gene and what have you. But with all that said, like, there you go. I mean, I'm indifferent, right? It's just how people look. I really don't care. When I think about like what do I want to preserve in America? I mean, first I have to remember I hate America. I love the people in America, but God, this country fucking sucks, dude. I know, and most other countries suck worse. So I'm even respecting sort of the broader, you know, political climate. I still hate this country. Love the people in it. Lovely, great people, very friendly. Seriously, go to Norway or something. Everyone there, very cold shoulder. Here in America, you know, you'll walk across the street, someone from 3 miles away will say howdy. You know, it's great. Okay, but when I think of what I want to preserve, I think of certain cultural things. You know, like what do I like? Well, I like being able to speak English, so I guess that's something I should probably defend. You know, I like progressivism. I like stuff like gay and trans rights. There are probably other cultures out there, cultures that are mostly sort of, you know, practiced by people of other races, um, that would disagree with that. You know, I imagine that Saudi Arabian folks, if they came over here, you know, for the most part, probably wouldn't be as pro trans as I am. But I don't want to defend that by keeping like a racially homogeneous society or anything weird like that, because that leads to a bunch of other problems. I just want to, you know, defend my ideas in the free marketplace of ideas. And that's what I'm doing every day with my channel, you know? I advocate for the things I believe in. If someone comes to me and they disagree, they have a different idea, I'll argue with them about it, whether or not they're of a different race, different culture, different nationality. It does matter if they speak a different language, though, because I can only speak English. That's what I care about. But whether I like it or not, culture is ever changing. There's nothing that can be done about that. Even if a country is completely, you know, 100% the same race or ethnicity, culture changes, and we are, for the most part, powerless to stop that change. We can only make minor incremental, you know, sort of nudges in one direction or another. And I think to be part of that process is it's one of the greatest parts of being, you know, in a human society, to find friends who agree with you, to push for the things you believe in, to advocate politically and socially for the values you hold dear. I think that's a grand thing.
All right. And Medizy asks, how do we fight back against the neo-Puritans, the Swerfs and the Turfs? They seem to be getting traction in certain places, notably.
Um You notably, and then you cut out.
Oh, sorry. Notably Britain.
Yeah, okay. So Britain is a shithole. That's my, I'm putting one foot in front of the other. That's the first thing I'm saying. They're actually becoming a problem everywhere because if you noticed, a lot of the far right types are also becoming anti-porn. Paul Joseph Watson, Gab, advocates for this, Roaming Millennial has come out as anti-porn as well. There's a broader movement against what I suppose many of these people would term as degeneracy, but they frame it in different ways, When swerfs frame it, it's about how the beautiful, immaculate, female soul shan't be tainted with the seed of John's. And when turfs, pretty much the same thing. The divine, the heavenly mandate of the woman's space need not be entrenched upon by some fucking person with a penis or whatever. And then you have the anti-porn types on the right who talk about like Coomers and how the Jews are making you jerk off, so you have to interracial porn, so you have less precious white energy to expend on finding an Aryan wife. So we have a bunch of different angles to this. But it's all sort of a proxy for another thing that upsets them, with the turfs, with regards to the turfs, their transphobia is pretty much 100% disgust. I've never met a turf who wasn't disgusted by trans people. It's not some broader ideological opposition to penises being in women's spaces. It's just this like seething disgust. I think a lot of turfs are man haters, or they're very, very afraid of men, and they view that framing through a biologically essentialist viewpoint, a lot of I'm going to get a little bit crass here. This is also the case for swerfs, but a lot of these people that I have seen and interacted with are either terrified of or very, very much dislike men, or they were sexually abused or raped or what have you. A lot of them have been, and they sort of transfer and a lot of this second wave feminist energy when it comes to the dichotomizing between men and women is very, very biologically essentialist. Like, hey girl, men are dangerous. You ever hear this shit in movies? Men are dangerous. They've only got one thing on their mind. They just want to like that kind of shit. It's very it's very biologically essentialist. If you believe that men are just like naturally like predatory towards women, then you're probably going to frame that through like, oh, well, they have a penis, they have higher androgen levels, they have higher testosterone levels. And while many of those things do get addressed sort of through transition, not all of them do. So they think like, whatever, it's still the same issue. But a lot of it is fear and disgust. And it's just a deeply irrational, emotional place. And I would say that I wish them all the luck in the world of getting over it, but I really don't, because I fucking hate turfs. Swerfs are a little bit better. They're a little more tolerable there. But sucks nonetheless. As for the anti-porn types on the right, it's I think a lot of it is just sexually frustrated young men who are trying to find anything in their life to blame for them not having a girlfriend, and they're settling on porn. That's the closest thing that I can get to. It's usually it's sexual pathology like the whole way down,
All right. Now, in Vosh communism, where Vosh is the supreme comrade,
Uh-oh.
what will the policy be regarding pineapples on pizza? Is that going to be tolerable?
While I have no opinion whatsoever on the power of the state to make decisions concerning the placing of pineapples on pizza, I can say heartily that I will advocate against it in the social space with every ounce of power in my being, and advocate for strict sort of social ostracization for people who engage in that degenerate practice.
All right. So you just said degenerate.
I love saying degenerate. It's very fun, to reclaim the terminology, because when I say degenerate, I usually mean it, either on something frivolous to, delegitimize the term, or I say it like Nazis are degenerate because they're racist or what have you. It's, it's fun to bounce around with the terms.
All right, so we had a question. I'm not looking at it now, but I remember roughly what it was, and this was an interesting one. Why are sex workers considered part of the proletariat?
Yeah, I think I saw this question a while ago. I mean, because they work. Like, that's it. That's the answer. Sex workers do not. Well, okay. If you want to get really reductive, they own the means of production because the means of production is their pussies. Like, yeah, but no. The sex workers work. I mean, that's it. It's work. I saw the entirety of the question. They asked like when Marx famously described them as lumpen proletariat. I want to clarify. Lumpen proletariat just means like members of the proletariat who are not like in tune with their class consciousness. This currently describes almost everyone in the United States of America. This is by no means intrinsic to sex workers, like not even close. In fact, sex workers are in my experience, sex workers have been far more in tune with their class consciousness than most non-sex workers. If for no other reason than because sex work is largely female at the moment, and they tend to lean more left, generally speaking, and also because the acceptance of sex work is more common in left-leaning spaces, which means there's a sort of osmosis of values. But yeah, no, they're unquestionably a part of the proletariat.
Okay, so with that, I've got to ask: would you consider Trump a communist since he advocates seizing the means of production?
Nice fucking meme. If only your mic hadn't cut out the last bit, but I know that joke. Fuck
God
you,
damn
buddy.
it! Okay, man, sorry. So our next question comes from user Sweew. They ask, "Do you think regulation is good for the economy?"
Yeah, often. Yeah, definitely 100%. Because the economy isn't just the GDP, you know. So again, keep in mind, an unregulated capitalist economy is virtually existentially guaranteed to experience a crash every 10 years. Like this has been happening for 160 years. Just the nonstop boom bust cycle. And the bad ones, like 2008, just kerplunk our GDP, you know. So even if the economy is only our GDP, then no, regulations help because again, all the GDP is the total, you know, monetary value of all goods and services produced or used in a year. It's not like some magic number that divinely responds to the behavior of the free marketplace of ideas, you know, and the free exchange of goods and services. What it usually is subject very heavily to the whims of a very small group of incredibly powerful and economically influential people. And most of these people are absolutely fucking brain dead. Most of these people are simpletons. I'll say this frankly. Now, not every super rich person is stupid, but just God, like you know what happened in 2008 with the subprime mortgage package? They literally gambled the economy. They gambled the economy to make capital B billionaires a little bit richer, and they were gambling. What was it for fun? I don't even know, but they did it because there were no well, there were, but they were weakened. You know, they were weakened. The regulations against it. When you put people in positions of incredible power with no oversight, they very often act like spoiled children who will just play around with whatever tools of power they have at hand to satisfy their own amusement. This seems to be just a law of humans. You know, people need oversight. Everyone needs oversight. Checks and balances are very important. Regulation provides that. Now, some regulation's bad, of course, but regulation to prevent stuff like that, oh yeah, that's very very important. That'd be like it's like getting a bunch of like toddlers together to build a house, and you give them all the nails and the wood and the electrical wiring and stuff, and you're like, well, you know, only the toddlers can work on this, so I think it'd be best if we just left them to their own devices. Setting rules would only restrict them. If we want the house built as quickly as possible, it's like no, we need to form some rules here. Yeah. So that's my folksy, you know, affable answer there.
All right. Cramped asks, "What do you think would be the most efficient way to get the average American workers unionized?"
Ooh, hmm. Better, um, better unemployment protections. That's the main one. We need a massive general strike. Because right now, if there's any whispers of unionization within a broader company, these people are going to get axed and fired. There's a huge amount of anti-union propaganda. Nobody is going to risk their livelihood on a union, on forming a union, until they know they'll be safe even if they fail. We need a strong provision. Something, the Bernie Sanderino, we either need strong oversight to protect people and allow people who have been fired due to a desire to form unions to be able to sue, or we need some sort of care package for people who are fired for that reason, or we need government mandated unions. We need something from the top down that will give people a kickstart. Really put corporations in the pit, really make them sit there and sit on their hands, so they can't do anything. So everyone else can jump up so they can make their unions. That's what we need. Because right now, in this economy, in this gig economy, when everyone works fucking 8 jobs, 96 hours a week, because each job getting you 12 hours a week, when that's what we're dealing with, nobody's going to risk everything on a union. Corporate surveillance is getting stronger and stronger. There are people who have been fired for talking about unionizing on their Facebook page. In this environment, you need a strong show of solidarity from the government for there to be a resurgence in unionization. And the people want unions. They just don't know it. The people who support Bernie Sanders are supporting somebody who is going to enact the kind of policies that are amicable towards the formation of unions. But they've eaten up so much anti-union propaganda, they don't realize that's what they want. Thankfully, when he's in office, if he gets in office, maybe, possibly, hopefully there will be an opportunity for a sort of collective resurgence of popularity.
All right, so this is my own question plugging in here. Do you follow the Supreme Court closely? And if so, do you have a favorite justice?
Oh God. Probably Scalia, because he did the power move and he died. That was a really cool move on his part. God, I don't know. Probably RBG for so far failing to not die, like for managing to not die through the Trump presidency. That's probably the main one. I'll be honest. I mean, there hasn't been like a really good Supreme Court justice, at least in my mind, in a while. The Supreme Court, historically has been a pretty radical organization relative to the other branches. The activist court and what have you. But I feel like nowadays, we've come nowhere. Roe versus Wade was like 50 years ago or so, like 45 years ago now. And it feels like Roe versus Wade wouldn't pass today. Now, it wasn't the best it wasn't the best ruling back then. I think the reasoning the court provided, right to privacy, was very, very weak. But that kind of reinforces my point, because back then, all they needed was a weak justification to protect people's right to choose whether or not to have an abortion. So they really wanted that. They wanted to protect that right. But now, God, I don't know. It feels like the court's gone nowhere in 50 years, which makes sense because these fossils, they take forever to die. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry. The court's just been super disappointing to me since the Obama years.
You said it's been a long time since we had a really good one. Off the top of your head, is there any one that you can remember that you thought was really good?
I remember there being a really good one in the 60s. We're going back to my high school history book stuff. No, I couldn't tell you a name. I could probably if I looked through real hard, I could probably find something decent, but there's a specific dude I have in mind that is just not coming to the tip of my tongue right now.
All right. So next question here. What are your thoughts on Ron Paul?
I think Ron Paul is kind of a huge piece of shit. Ron Paul, Ron, open quotes, leave desegregation up to the states, closed quotes, Paul. I'm not. This is one of the, so the states' rights question is one of the sort of biggest dog whistles in the political space in this country, to have ever been conceived. It's phenomenal, actually. I respect, if there's anything I respect Ron Paul for, maybe it's his consistency, which is, you know, a virtue. But the states' rights historically is a way to sort of push back progress by assuming at least the conservative states can hold off on implementing these policies a little while longer. I don't like Ron Paul. And I hate Rand Paul. It just seems like there's no way for a libertarian to get anything good done in this country unless they couch all of their political opinions in like an attempt to appeal to racists, you know? Oh yeah, Ron Paul's take on the drug war was fine, right? Yeah, I think so. He was anti-drug war, right? Yeah, okay, sorry. Chat's phoning in with suggestions.
I'm seeing some of these. 2012, you can still win. So, pulling on some more current events here. Do you have any thoughts on the Soleimani assassination, I guess?
Yeah, it's pretty cringe. Soleimani was definitely a bad dude. I'm not gonna like deny that or anything like that. Every American official involved in Yemen and Iraq and Afghanistan is infinitely worse. I don't know why. Dude, we pearl clutch like crazy. We literally just got off a war that killed like 500,000. How many people died in the Iraq war? Hold on. Iraq war casualties. Casualties of the Iraq war. Come on, bring it to me.
I actually covered this yesterday in a discussion. The estimates range from 100,000 to 1 million, depending on what you include as
Jesus Christ. Iraq isn't like a huge country, you know. This is a pretty significant portion of their population. So we pearl clutch like crazy because Soleimani killed what, a few hundred soldiers, you know, working with the broad. Now again, he was a bad guy with the protesters in Iran. Like, he did a lot of horrible shit. But the idea that we could ever like pearl clutch about the morality of any other military official when after the stuff that we've done, like, it's disgusting to me. Like, hands off, dude. So here's how a sane government would have handled this, okay? So Soleimani has been doing tons of bad stuff, but the main thing that Soleimani did that pissed us off, I guess, were attacks that he led in the Syrian region, which when we were dealing with ISIS, and it killed American soldiers, right? I think that's like the main thing that pissed us off. So cool, great, he does that. Who cares? Maybe we should pull out of the Middle East then. I'm sorry if we take a few hundred casualties from our decades-long, you know, mission to fuck the Middle East as thoroughly as possible. The solution to this is not to then instigate another much worse war. I mean, pull out when you're ahead, you know. You can't keep taking these shots. Like, this is how you could do this rhetoric. This is like Palestine, like Israel shit here, you know? Like, Israel bombs a few Palestinian settlements, and then some Israeli fucking IDF soldier gets a rock thrown at his forehead. Bam, few more settlements get bombed. This time, 2 rocks. These Palestinians will never learn. If you're looking for excuses to continue perpetual conflict in the Middle East, you're going to find them. But even this was a pretty weak one. And then we have a fucking missile strike that targets him at an Iraqi airport. An Iraqi airport! Holy shit! Iraq's our ally now, ostensibly. And so egregious was that attack that then they vote to kick us out, and America's like, fuck you, we're staying, or it's still like being settled right now. These are our allies. We can't. So are they or are they not our allies? Because if they're not our allies, then it's still an ongoing war of occupation in Iraq. And if they're our allies, then how can they be if they're giving us a direct order to pull troops out of the country? We're not doing it. And we did all of this to kill some dude who killed what? A few hundred American soldiers. And then Iran you know, the one of the biggest, you know, most dangerous countries in the Middle East. I mean, this would be a hell of a war to fight. This would be an insane war. Iran is a natural fortress. The whole fucking country is mountainous. They have anti-air, they have fortifications dug out into the mountains that we can't target through drones or through missile strikes accurately. They have a large population. They have a technological and economic advancements that are well beyond what Afghanistan and Iraq were capable of, well beyond. A war with Iran would be ruinous. It would be worse than Vietnam. And we tiptoe the line because Trump wants to boost ratings. There's no other reason why this happened, of course. Trump wants to boost presidential approval ratings. Very strong. You know, he wants his bin Laden kill. He wants to one-up Obama on that one. So he makes, so Soleimani, someone who nobody talked about before his assassination, you know, dies. And then Iran fires back at our fucking bases, gives some troops brain damage or whatever, after giving, you know, a heads up to our forces. Hey, you know, you text chat, you know, you guys seem cool. Maybe don't come to school tomorrow. And then they missile strike our bases. And Trump, like a little bitch, has to walk back. Because the only thing that he can do is either retaliate and essentially declare war and embroil us in a war worse than anything Afghanistan, Iraq ever could have been. Or he comes off looking the loser. So what did we get for all of this? We killed Soleimani and like 9 other people. Some American soldiers got concussions or whatever. We look weak in the face of Iran, and we indicate that we're willing to trade potential war in the Middle East for another decade for presidential approval ratings. And they backed out of the last provision of their fucking nuclear deal. Just an insane, just a crazy degree of incompetence, like all around the board. It's disgusting to me.
All right, so this
Sorry, I
next
got a little
question,
worked up on that one. It's, you know.
it's good. We love it. So this next question pulls back to, you know, your communist beliefs here. Whiskey Renegade asks, how do you compare someone who works extra without pay because they want a company to survive and someone who works only their normal day? Do they both own the same amount of the company?
Oh, you mean in a worker co-op? That's an interesting question. So, functionally, how do you handle overtime in a worker co-op? There are different ways to handle this. There are flat co-ops where everyone gets paid the exact same amount. The company that produced Dead Cells, a popular roguelike that you can get on the Switch or Steam or whatever, was a flat co-op of like 12 or 13 people. No seniority bonuses, just everyone there works the exact same amount. Or sorry, gets paid the exact same amount of power, what have you. But there are other co-ops that are a little bit more hierarchical. There are differences, seniority, what have you. Working more hours will definitely afford you more money because you've worked more, you know. So that only seems fair to me. When it comes to ownership, though, I would imagine that most types of worker co-ops would not privilege somebody who works longer hours but is at the same job tier as their coworkers. It would be the responsibility of the workplace to recognize that person's contributions and defer to them and appropriately respect their work. And we know this works because this happens in other environments too. This happens, you know, right now in workplaces, in families, and school projects. Usually if a person works extra, you know, other people will be like, hey, you really putting the time in. What do you think we should do? It's not perfect, but I imagine most co-ops would sort of defer to the social trust. And if they have a problem with that, then maybe there would be like mechanisms for them to be like, hey, fuck you, you know, eat shit, suck my dick, you know, that kind of thing.
And so on that, would you have issue with certain members of the co-op being paid more per hour? So for example, someone who does the refrigeration versus someone who's a cashier.
Yes, most co-ops aren't flat. Flat co-ops are very difficult to manage for obvious reasons. If you've been working at a firm for 20 years and you get paid such and such, and then someone new comes in and literally the first week they're getting paid the same amount as you, that's, that's a tough pill for a lot of people to swallow. But some people really genuinely do work that way. Most co-ops, though, do have a seniority principle where if you've worked a given length of time, you get more, or if you work more demanding jobs, you get more. Most co-ops do have a some kind of tiered system. I'm not interested. I'll say this frankly. I believe that some people's work is worth more than other people's work, and I'm totally okay with them being privileged in that respect. It's just a way of finding a way of privileging it which doesn't lead to disproportionate levels of exploitation. And I imagine, for example, that if somebody is like a janitor, and they work 40 hours a week, and there's another person at that co-op who is like the systems administrator who works 60 hours a week and is always on call even when they're not there, I imagine most people would be okay with the idea of that sysadmin making more than the janitor. Though I should say, by the way, I think in a good worker co-op, everyone participates a little bit in janitorial services. One of the reasons we have such an economic disparity in this country is because we off-put so much what we consider to be degrading labor onto an underclass of laborers who we necessarily pay less. Clean up your fucking desk, sweep your fucking own workplace up a little bit more, take out the fucking garbage, clean the dishes at the workplace kitchen. If we could all collectively do that a little bit more, not only is it more efficient because we don't have to pay an entire whole new worker for it, but it creates a sort of communal sense, like, hey, everyone's working to keep this space clean. Like roommates,
All right. Our next question comes from Bungle. Bungle asks, what is your overall opinion on Yang, and do you think his fears about automation are grounded or hyperbolic?
His fears about automation are 100% real. I don't think that a UBI solves that problem in the slightest, which is why I don't like Yang. So we have an inevitable problem here. In a capitalist system where markets are oriented to serve the needs of the wealthy and not the general population, I think we could all agree with that. Automation will inevitably lead to a constriction of jobs. The largest employer in this country is the transportation industry. That's about 3 million people, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. About 3 million people. A lot of people. Most of these people drive trucks, drive cars, Eventually, probably within 20 or 30 years, most of these jobs are going to be automated. They'll be done cheaper and far better than any human ever could do them. Where the fuck does all that work go? Where? Well, my solution to this would be that automation exists to make the economy more efficient and to make our labor more efficient so we can focus on doing work we enjoy more. After all, if the transportation industry is suddenly able to enlist a free army of robots to do what would have previously been the work of 3 million people, I mean, that's a lot of money and time we're freeing up. Like this should be an absolute win for humanity. But it's not. In our system, what this means is unemployment and massive economic inequality. This is an issue. I don't think that a UBI fixes this issue. So what? If you get laid off from your trucker job, you get paid a quarter of that in UBI way. How exactly does UBI fix the automation problem? It's not enough money to really live off of, especially if you were accustomed to like a factory job or a transportation job that paid decently. And it affects everyone. So not just the people who are hit by automation. So how are we fixing that? It seems like a completely disconnected solution. Like I don't know. It seems like the UBI, that's the solution to taxes being too high. That's a redistribution of tax wealth or something like that with the VAT tax. But that has nothing to do with automation. So I don't know why exactly those two policies got kind of linked in his head. I don't like him for that reason, though I do think he's kind of an earnest guy. But I completely agree with his belief that automation is going to be a huge problem.
So related to this, one of the big issues that we've been seeing recently, as far as I guess wealth inequality, is that fewer people are owning their homes. Basically, people move more for work, but it also means that they're not buying a house.
Mhm.
And of course, if you're renting, you've got to pay, the cost of the landlord, and then they make some money off it, and you're not building wealth either. Um, I assume you see this as a major problem, but is there any way you would try to address that in a Vosh utopia?
Could you address what specifically? I'm sorry, my girlfriend's cat just typed up a slurry in chat, and I was confused and upset for a moment before realizing it was the cat.
No, basically the issues of renting and wealth.
Yeah. So I believe in the decommodification of housing, or at least the partial decommodification of housing. Housing is something that absolutely everybody needs under no circumstance. Like, I mean, if you really want to hike it out in the woods, you're totally free to. Most people need houses. And it seems weird. I mean, it's sociopathic, really, the renting. Like really think about it. The point of renting is that if you have something you want, but you only need it for a little bit, you pay some money, like for a given length of time, and then you return it. This process does not work for home ownership. The smallest length of time people ever really stay in one place is a year, barring exceptional circumstances. Most people will stay in rented places for far longer than that. My parents, have been staying together in the same slowly increasing in price rented apartment for 24 years. What does renting do with like a house? Why do we do that? Like, really think about it. Now, obviously, the idea is every time you move, you don't want to build a new house, obviously. So, and there's not infinite land. So you want to take a house that already exists and stay there. And the way we have it now is, rather than a person just sort of being there, we have to commodify it, of course. So somebody has to be paid. I mean, we can't just give these up for free, right? The people just take as many as they could. I think in a sane system, we would pay the government. I think the government would own this. I think so. Or massive housing co-ops. That's also a good idea. But when private companies own this, there's the rent is literally just like money being taken from you for no reason. It's an investment where everyone else pays the price. If you buy a place and rent it out to other people, you are mathematically guaranteeing after a certain point in time that more people are going to pay you money than what it was originally worth. You're sapping money from the people who want to live there for nothing. You provide nothing for them. Maybe you fix the plumbing now and again. You, beyond very minor things, you provide nothing. It's just a system to extract wealth from people because everybody needs to live in a house, unless you're hiking it out in the forest. Very few people can afford to buy one, especially in this economy. It's just a system to redistribute wealth from the poor to the wealthy, disproportionately. I think that broad housing co-ops or nationalization of housing, where people pay a very small and sort of set amount, would be a good idea. The reason rent control doesn't work in our current system is because it disincentivizes the production of new housing, which means, paradoxically, that housing surrounding the rent-controlled area increases in price because there's not as much competition to drive the price down. Rent control only functionally works if there is an incentive to continue build housing, even if you're not going to make a fuck ton of money on it, which would be either when the government does it or when housing co-ops do it. That's my suggestion.
Okay, so there's something I'm aware of that sounds vaguely similar. It's not the same, but in communist China, which I'm sure you'll disagree that they're even communist in the first place, but
I
in
will,
the
but
People's
go for
Republic of China, sure. So the People's Republic of China, they have a kind of lease system where the government gives extremely long leases. I think it's 99 or 100 years, but the government basically owns all the property, and everyone's renting it from the government. But it's for such a long time; it's more than your lifetime. Do you think that's a good kind of system to have?
I'm not aware of the particulars, but my ideal system would be one in which there are caps on the price of renting a place, which do not decrease the production of new housing because the housing is controlled by an entity that will produce houses exigent a desire to make a fuck ton of money off of it. So if that system in China succeeds in doing that, which it may well possibly do, then I would probably be in favor of it. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing I don't necessarily like from that is it means that you can't have like heritage housing. I do like the idea of like a family house. You know, there's a lot of culture and sort of longevity that I think are valuable when you can pass a house down from one family to another. But yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look at the specifics. It should be noted that when it comes to the housing system, there is no perfect answer. There is no system that will not leave some people regretting the transition to that system. Every system will have its benefits. I will lean towards systems that promote equality more so than any other, and try to maximize human happiness. But I don't think there's any way to like partition this perfectly. You know, I sometimes think there are perfect upgrades. I don't think there is this time.
Okay, and I've just got to ask because what you said there, you know, piques this in my mind.
Mhm.
You know, you were saying you like the idea of having family houses that are passed down. How do you generally feel about inheritance? Like, is there a certain amount that's tolerable, or should that be taxed in pretty much all cases?
I'm fine with inheritance is good to me when it promotes sort of cultural longevity, but not good to me when it allows for a transfer of power. When when the inheritance that you're receiving is like $100 million and like two mansions out in the Canes, you know, what you're essentially having passed down to you is political power, because that's power to buy senators. That's power to buy elections. And I don't like that, not even remotely. However, like if there's a family and they've lived up in Maine since the 1800s and they've got a big old stone house with, you know, and it's not perfect. It's a little leaky in the winter, but it's got a nice big rug and it's got a big fireplace and whew, you know. And even if that house is worth a lot, as it probably is, given housing prices have increased somewhat over the past 150 years, I think there's value in having that go down through the family, you know? Culture is important. The ability to relate to your environment is important. Being alienated from your housing because it never feels like anything is truly yours. I mean, that can suck sometimes. Now, I feel like my family home is truly mine, even though that place is rented and I've only lived there for 20 or so years. Maybe you don't need to have intergenerational housing to truly preserve that feeling. But at the same time, you know, what if you're living on the cusp of the owner's death? What if you've been living in a place for 30 years and then the owner dies and it was your family, but now what? You have to get rid of that? Does that have to go back to the state? I think that inheritance tax should probably be selectively built to target forms of wealth acquisition that disproportionately afford power or economic status, but should probably leave alone things that could be reasonably personally you know, consumed and enjoyed by an individual. In essence, target the private property, but not the personal.
All right.
I will never
Next
answer a question
question.
quickly.
So next question comes from Fingerhead. Fingerhead asks, what would need to happen in order for the abolishment of borders to become achievable or even desirable?
That's like that's like very far down the line. That's like hundreds of years like socialist revolutions already done. Like that would be when you're ready for like the one world government, basically, or the massive commune that stretches from sea to sea. That's honestly, that's so far down the line, like I can't even fathom it at the moment with how we are right now.
All right. I know we've got a lot of questions from this guy, but he's been asking good ones. Bird Lawyer asks, with the removal of the individual donor limit from debates, what else do you think the DNC will do to stop Bernie from getting the nomination?
Well, the article recently came out. The article recently came out about some of those DNC staffers conspiring to vote such that the superdelegates could participate in the first ballot rather than the second ballot. That would probably fuck over Bernie Sanders, because the superdelegates would almost certainly throw their weight behind Bernie Sanders, not Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden. That's a pretty big one. I know. So the Chapo Trap House podcast that came out yesterday talked about how Bloomberg is becoming like this dark horse candidate who has enough money to stay in the race, and he's going to stay in as long as possible to try and like trail away Bernie support, by being the sort of coalition anti-Trump but also anti-progressive Democratic candidate. I think that's a fair. I think that's a fair possibility as well. There's also the possibility that the appointed delegates for the DNC primary election just don't vote along with the votes of their state. That's always that's always, it could be, that Bernie wins Iowa and New Hampshire, and then the delegates from those states just put their votes behind Biden anyway, or some shit like that. The DNC's like election system is disgusting, and it is designed very deliberately to prevent candidates who the DNC does not want to front from being the presidential candidate. So we definitely have an uphill battle ahead of us.
All right. So next question we've got here. You'll have to, if you understand what this is, you'll have to help explain this, because I actually don't understand what's being said here.
Of course.
Hole8 asks, what are your thoughts on vanguard parties made up of elected union representatives / de-Leonism?
So a vanguard party is like a small elite group of politically active individuals who facilitate a transition from a capitalist society into a socialist one. I will say this. If a vanguard party is made up of like elected, appointed worker, co-op or union representatives, and they are orchestrating, a vanguard revolution based entirely on the democratic principles of their constituencies, then sure. Then in that case, I'll go along with vanguardism. Vanguardism has historically led to some pretty authoritarian shit, but God, I mean, if that's how it gets done, then then that's fine by me. Oh, just so you know, I can go until 1:30, so 30 minutes more.
Okay, I was just going to ask. I think we agreed 2 hours, but I'm glad to go along, and we've got lots of questions, and there's no way we're going to get through all these, and we really appreciate you coming out here. If you want to give me your social media at the end, or if I can remember the name of the user who helps you on your server, just have them message me, and I'll post links to your Discord and social media.
Oh yeah, I can throw you the links at the end.
All right. So let's see. This one's been covered already. Same question. All right. So this is a little bit long one. I'll try to shorten it up. Incel Warfare asks, how do you reconcile your gender abolitionism with the fact that different cultures have varying conceptions of gender, which aren't always based on an individual's biological sex, but rather one's behavior and inclinations?
Yeah, I think those behavioral inclinations can continue to exist in a world where those gender expectations aren't levied. So we can be anything without, being pressured into being those things. Like we can do that extigent those social forces. Whether or not we're talking America or Bangladesh or wherever the fuck else, no matter what, we are talking about a society in which we have sex, and it's always the two sexes with a sort of a bimodal distribution with the intersex people and what have you, but for the most part it's the two sexes. And gender expectations based in it. To my knowledge, most of the different genders that we see throughout history, now I could be wrong on this, but this seems to happen like 40 or 50% of the time when I look at a society that has more than two genders. It's a three-gendered society, and the third gender, relative to our own, is males, or people with penises, who adopt a more feminine or more submissive sort of social demeanor relative to the behavior of other males. And they follow through with different, you know, sort of expectations, you know, contingent to that. But all of these things can happen without the genders themselves. You can just do those things. I guess some people would call it colonial that I want to abolish gender because gender is very important to other societies. But gender is important to our society. Gender is so fucking important to most Americans. You know, Americans go crazy over gender. We like watch movies. People love gender. You know, so I am ubiquitous here in my you know opposition to cultural, long-standing cultural tradition.
All right. Nikolai wants to know, what is the best Zelda?
What's the best what?
Sorry, what is the best Zelda game?
I haven't played Breath of the Wild. So I mean, my vote probably has to go to Majora's Mask. I played it on stream again recently, and I was really taken away by how incredible it was, how dark it was, surprisingly. I mean, Zelda just has so many good games to go through. Breath of the Wild, obviously, Wind Waker, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. People don't, you know, Link's Awakening was also like really, really good. Twilight Princess was also pretty good. I think it had a lot of flaws. The art style, of Twilight Princess, I think maybe. Oh, sorry, Ocarina. Jesus Christ, you fucking animals. Yeah. There's so many good games to choose from. I think Majora's Mask has to be my pick.
All right. And so we recently, you know, we do these AMAs like once or twice a week. We recently had on a guy, really cool, really civil, Larry Sharp. Just curious, start out. Have you ever?
Larry Sharp?
Yeah.
I've not heard of this person, no.
All right. So he is a libertarian politician. He ran for governor in New York in 2018, got I think like 100,000 votes. And you'll be happy to know he's not a Nazi. He's actually
Nice.
African American. So it'd be really awkward if he was.
I've talked to a few black Nazis, my man, but yeah, it is a little awkward, but it comes up.
Wait, that's a thing?
Mm-hmm. Historically and contemporarily, yeah.
Okay, that's news for me, I guess. I'm gonna need to look that up.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
So he has actually expressed interest in having a debate, or rather, more preferentially, a discussion with you about capitalism and its morality. Would you be interested in that at some point in the future?
Oh, good lord. Yeah, former political candidate. Yeah, it seems like a good poll. My main curiosity would be, as long as they're aware that I'm not like a hard advocate for like a centralized planning or anything. I'd be arguing from the position of a market socialist, worker co-ops and what have you, not from the position of someone who believes the government should own and dolly out everything. As long as they know that, then yeah.
All right, cool. I'll message you after this to try to get that set up. So next question we've got here, Bird Lawyer. Your question about power and politics. Are you still here, Bird Lawyer?
Me, bro. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, you said that you're never a Bernie or bust person. How are you going to like continue to hold power in election politics if you're not going to like stand for ultimatums that you set?
Because I don't think that back the candidate we want or will not vote at all or vote for a different one or whatever. I don't think it works as an ultimatum, because I don't think the DNC cares about winning the presidency that much. I think they care about putting a show on for it, but I think most of because they, like, life continues as expected for them one way or the other, you know. Their life is easier when Trump is in charge. They don't have to do anything. They can't do anything. All they can really do is, you know, crow from the seats of the House of Representatives and the Senate. It makes it very easy for them. So I don't think that's an effective ultimatum because I don't think they care. I don't think they'll change anything. You know, they'll just keep losing over and over and over again. I don't think it bothers them. I think the best thing that you can really do is put so much pressure on them during an electoral season that if they they bulk you, if they fuck you over, if they don't support the candidate of your choosing, you know, Sanders or what have you, that you can sort of make a big show of their how do you say, their corruption, their unwillingness to bend to the public will, and in doing so, you threaten the party's electability, not just for the presidency, but for their Senate and House races as well. I think that the time to protest is the 2-year election cycle, and the time to fall in line or get nothing done elsewise is during the actual general election. But that's just my personal opinion. You know, it could be entirely possible that the material benefit that you derive from threatening or for holding the DNC hostage with Bernie over Biden or whatever is actually you actually get more out of that than you would from supporting Biden over Trump. Then yeah, I could believe that. I will say this though, you know, my Bernie or bust kill switch in the back of my neck will definitely be getting closer to being flipped. If you know, we'll see how this whole you know, we'll see how Iowa goes. Maybe I'm a little closer than I say I am.
All right here. So next question is from Lilith. Lilith asks, is Taiwan a country in your mind? Should the U.S. intervene should China invade Taiwan? Like they have always threatened to.
Taiwan's
they also add.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they also just want to add Taiwan #1.
Yeah, of course Taiwan's a country. Of course, it'd be ridiculous for Taiwan. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. I don't know. When we say America intervening, I don't think we should engage in any sort of armed conflict with China, the other superpower. But no, yeah, we should recognize it. I think that by not recognizing Taiwan like officially, all we're really doing is like giving like the milky bottles to the little baby, you know, PRC, you know, cabinet. I think it's very stupid. I think that we should be very upfront with our rejection of China's petty attempts to invalidate the legitimacy of Taiwan.
All right. Next question. Let's see here. Oh, sorry. There's a couple of these I'm seeing that people have asked, and the same question was already covered here. Okay. This one's related to something we've covered, but Verbas asks, do you think we're heading down a slippery slope with the EU collapsing now that the UK is?
No, I don't think so. The global unpopularity of Brexit, I mean, most people outside of the UK seem to be making fun of the UK for their decision, at least from what I've seen, suggests to me that there's not going to be a cavalcade of other countries. The only chance of this leading to the EU, like, slowly starting to implode would be if, like, the UK suddenly, like, surges, you know, in strength and prominence. But in all likelihood, I think the UK is just going to be kind of like a sad ghost of what it used to be in regards to global relevance and economic power, relative to what it could have been at least. So, and I think that'll sort of reaffirm the importance of working with the EU.
Okay. Next question we have here is from Alexandra. They ask, why do you think a lot of people in constitutional monarchies are just kind of fine with it, even though it's super undemocratic?
Because people have to be taught that democracy is valuable. Most of human society has been non-democratic. I mean, like the dynasties of China went along for thousands and thousands of years, and you know, there weren't like any crazy democratic revolts back in the year 400. I mean, well, people have always yearned for representation. This is pretty universal, but democracy follows necessarily from the belief that the average person should be able to dictate the circumstances of their life, and that's an Enlightenment philosophy. And Saudi Arabia has not exactly you know, taken to the Enlightenment teachings particularly well. You know, they just sort of left a lot of them on the wayside, egalitarianism and all that. But yeah, no, people don't like democracy, or a love for democracy and a respect for democracy is something that has to be learned and taught. It's not intrinsic. And I don't think, by the way, that they're like just fine with it. I think that they're learning to cope in their own ways. You'll find in authoritarian states that usually there's also a higher degree of reactionary thinking. And this is usually, I think, because the mechanics of that society are oh, wait, they said constitutional monarchy, not dictatorial monarchy? Oh, I've been answering the wrong question. Okay, so here, I'm going to switch my answer up a little bit. Because Britbongers and Canadians and Australians are fucking idiots who don't think there's anything wrong with having like a ghost of an inequitable system lingering. I'm terribly sorry. I thought you meant... I heard absolute monarchy. No, because a lot of people think that the Queen is just like a cute little rubber stamp, like little Disneyland that you've got going on over in, you know, London, that makes everything all cool and magical, like that fucking CGP Grey video. When in reality, it is a very real reminder and a sort of looming threat over all the countries she governs and other countries with constitutional monarchies, that their democracy is fragile and that they are wasting literally millions of dollars, or pounds, I guess, every single year, protecting, enabling, furthering, and enforcing the will of an unelected group of dunces who are probably riddled with more incestuous blood than the Lannisters. Okay. But I was going to make a salient point about absolute monarchies, and the point that I was going to make there was that I believe in many ways, a way of coping with authoritarian governments is to replicate the exploitation and suppression you experience on a group lower than you. So, like, if you're a dude and you don't like the fact in Saudi Arabia that you don't have much political enfranchisement, it's a good thing you've got women around who you can fuck with and make, whose lives you can make worse. To sort of, it's like like with bullies, you know? When you bully a kid at school or whatever, it's usually because you yourself were bullied and like the chain continues. I feel this way. Now it'll take a little while. Sorry.
All right. So gaming is asking, well, they say, my dad is considering to vote Bloomberg. Any reasons I can tell him why he shouldn't and why it would be more beneficial to vote Bernie?
Because Bloomberg was known to be a horrible fucking boss, because Bloomberg has no broader support from the population and has literally bought his way into the DNC. He literally donated like $314,000 just the other day to the DNC so that he could get in on the next debate. He is leveraging his billionaire status to just buy his way into the presidency. Yeah, stop and frisk, obviously he like sort of chartered that over in New York City, got a lot of black folk, you know, real nice and frisked. No, he's just a horrible dude. There are tons of accounts of him like in his engagements with his employees too. He's a horrible person. Bloomberg is just a piece of shit autocrat, a petty little tyrant who is trying to leverage his wealth to buy the presidency. In this era, there is nothing more disgusting than somebody who's willing to subvert democracy in this way. Oh, and yeah, he banned big gulps. Sorry.
That's just intolerable.
Yeah.
And so my understanding, this may be incorrect, so I'm just going to state this and shoot me if I'm wrong, but didn't the DNC have a minimum donator requirement until all the minorities dropped out?
I mean, they've changed them multiple times. They had a minimum, so they have escalating debate. So they have escalating tiers of debate viability for the for each of the subsequent debates, And for a while, so in the very first debate, they had like you had to make a minimum amount, and Mike Gravel made that amount. He passed, and they just didn't let him on anyway. They were just like, nope, you're too left. You're far too socialist. Nope, nope, you don't get to go on there. So Rip Gravel. And now they have minimum levels of support from constituencies in given states, and they have axed that requirement specifically to allow Bloomberg up there, because Bloomberg gave them a fuck ton of money but has no broader support base. They do this all the time. The way the DNC, like some of the staffers were talking about, like changing it so the super delegates could interfere with the first ballot as well. Just this massive tendency, this pattern of subverting the democratic will. Genuinely disgusting.
All right. Locks asks, how would market socialism avoid the profit motive, as competition is inherent to markets, and further down the line, the return of monopolies?
It wouldn't. It wouldn't. You can't fix that. Decommodification fixes that. One step at a time. Workers need to be in power of society before we can fix other problems. But an important point to keep in mind, the profit motive can be selectively damaging. The profit motive, let's take, for example, global warming. Why do we argue about global warming in this country? Well, it's because, more or less entirely because the Koch brother and Murdoch and all these other dipshit right-wing billionaires have astroturfed, like a discourse about it, providing enormous amounts of money and political support and media attention to people who are willing to disprove the global warming narrative. And now we have all these countries that are debating whether or not global warming is a thing, and all of these are countries where Murdoch owns media, coincidentally. These massive conversations, in spite of the fact that everyone knows this to be the case. Every single person knows this. Global warming is real. And it's happening. Like, the USA is like the leader of debating on this. Like, it's crazy. So how is this happening? Well, the reason is because the people who are pushing the propaganda that global warming is fake are in bed with the people who make money from people believing that global warming is fake. Your coal, your oil, your defense industry, all of that stuff, right? Well, why are those companies willing to destroy the planet and collaborate with media billionaires if it just means making more money? Well, that's because the people who are making money from those industries are so wealthy and so powerful that they personally will not experience the consequences of the world being melted over by global warming. If you're a wealthy CEO of a oil tycoon, like, you're not going to experience global warming. You could live 100 more years and you would always have a blimp that you could live in. Like, there's always something you'll survive. But if the media companies and the oil, gas, whatever companies are collectively owned, that means the people who are making those decisions are middle class or thereabouts. And if they're middle class, they will experience the effects of climate change. They will feel the impact. The outcome will affect them. And they now, even though they are still affected by the profit motive, have an incredibly powerful counter narrative, a counter motive. Don't let the planet die. We will suffer from it. So an industry, hundreds of thousands, millions of people strong, which was before completely organized around the interests of just a few billionaires, is now being organized around the collective interests of hundreds of thousands of working class Americans. That is a strong incentive against pushing anti-climate change narrative. Very, very strong incentive, because they will now feel the impact of it. Should it happen? Should they lie about it? That's my answer. The profit motive still exists, but the profit motive is much less pernicious when it is serving the interests of the common folk rather than those of an insulated group of hyper-wealthy sociopaths.
All right. And Vosh, what is your drink of choice?
I only drink water. Fuck everything else. If I really need to drink something that's not water, it'll be cranberry juice, okay? But apart from that, it's all water.
No beer?
I can't. I'm alcohol intolerant. I can't drink beer.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Nah, it's okay. I mean, if you don't have it, you never get used to drinking it. It's pretty much just water. Cranberry juice is delicious. Lemonade, I guess, on very fancy days.
Fancy days. Okay. So, next question. Do you believe that fascism is a term that's thrown around a lot? And is it, fascism genuinely on the rise in the West?
Oh, unquestionably. Oh, yeah, 100%, yeah. Look at the increase of far-right movements across Europe. Look at what's going on right here in this country. Now, mind you, America's been fascist, or at least fascist-leaning, for a pretty long time. People underuse the term fascism and overuse the term Nazi, in my opinion. So Nazi, like fascist, but with a Jewish question. It's a little more complicated than that, but I try to be selective with the Nazi thing. Boris, the fascism thing, I mean, the Republican Party is fascist. Now, do we live in a fascist government? No, of course not. We live in democracy, a republic and a democracy. But the tendencies of many of our elected representatives and of the general population are undeniably fascist, anti-intellectual, hyper-nationalist, incredibly partisan, chauvinistic. They live for the glory of death and war. There are so many tendencies, and this is largely largely a Republican Party thing, but this does spread a little bit across the aisles. I think that people need to be more aware of what fascism really means so they can call it out. Republican Party today in this country is insane. These people are lunatics. Not just the party, the people in it too. The whole party, everyone. They're insane. I've never met like a reasonable. Every time I meet a reasonable Republican, they spend the entire time apologizing for all the positions of the Republican Party, and then I ask them like, well, then why are you Republican? And then they repeat something they just disavowed. Like they do this all the time. I don't think there's any way to be a decent Republican in this in this country, at least not right now. It's too far gone, and it is fascist, as it's currently implemented. It doesn't have to be that way, but I think if people were more familiar with sort of the anti-democratic tendencies of the Republican Party, they would jump in on that more.
All right. Next question comes from Fingerhead. They ask, how do we combat the anti-intellectualism that has caused a resurgence of diseases like measles that were completely eradicated in the past?
How do we? I missed the first third of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. How do we combat anti-intellectualism that has caused a resurgence of diseases like measles?
Yeah. I mean, the easy answer is more like education spending, but a lot of it is also sort of a distrust and expertise that accompanies populism. Which is so a lot of this is like Christian, like homeschool shit, which needs to be fixed by like bludgeoning those people. But in a broader sense, populism typically accompanies a distrust of expertise. This would be a bad element of populism. Listening to experts is very important when it comes to fucking medical conditions, like fuck, So with that, the broader answer I think would be an increase in education spending and a targeting of conspiratorial narratives. People usually engage in conspiracizing, when they feel powerless and they feel like their lives are at the behest of like some great organization they can't control. They need a way to reassert power over their lives by being the one who knows the truth. And this usually accompanies other forms of like social and economic alienation to make people feel like there's something to reject, to rebel against. I think a well society is an anti-conspiratorial society. I think just improving the condition of living for most people would lead to a betterment in these things.
Do you have any thoughts on the coronavirus?
It could end up being a big deal. I think people should stop fucking worrying about it so much. It's cringe. There's nothing you can do. I don't know what was it. What's that one quote? God, give me the strength to change the things I can and accept the things I can't, or something like that. Just do that. Like, why would you freak yourself out over shit you can't change? It's like you can't do anything. You're not in the government. You're not in the fucking CDC. Just chill. you're really freaked out, just wear a mask. Whether it becomes a massive, overblown, conspiracy mongering, like nothing burger that only leads to the death of a few hundred people, or it becomes a global epidemic, you can't do anything about it. Just chill. Just fucking chill. Two addendums that, keep in mind, the media will lie all the time, constantly. The media loves to over-exaggerate the threats these things pose. Please don't fall for the same bullshit fear-mongering that you did with the avian flu, with fucking mad cow disease, with fucking SARS, all the, God, all the sensationalization is off the charts every single time. Just chill out. Just chill out. And also, don't be fucking racist about this. A lot of people have been real fucking anti-Chinese about this, like anti-Chinese people, okay? There have been pathogens that the West has developed because of our close proximity to beasts, okay? Like I don't get, like, laughing, like, haha, the stupid, disgusting Chinese eating bats. No wonder they got this. Meanwhile, flash back to fucking London in 1860, where more of the population was dying from fucking, from, God, what was it? The thing when you hung out with pigs and cows and chickens and goats and stuff, and they would shit in the water and you would drink the water? Whatever. That, we literally, like, this is what killed the New World. Like, we killed, like, all the Native Americans. Cholera, yeah, cholera, thank you. Like, we literally, like, millions of people have died due to cholera because of the disgusting, dirty white Westerners who sleep with their goats, okay? Historically speaking, like, this is just something that happens. Plagues happen when diseases jump from animals to us. Just chill the fuck out, okay? Just don't be fucking weird about it. I agree, eating bats is gross. I think eating snails is gross, but the French do that. Yeah, we eat pigs, which are more intelligent than dogs are, or at least in the ballpark of being as intelligent as dogs. Just fucking chill. We just send pigs through like grindy, like through slaughterhouses. We vivisect them, and they're like dogs. Just don't be weird. Just, that's it. That's my answer. That's my official answer in the clone. Just don't be fucking weird. Just don't be weird. Don't be racist. Quit fear mongering. Shut up.
All right, so I'm sorry, words are hard. We're nearing the end of our time. I've got two other questions I want to put in the end. Do we have time for two, or
No,
do you
yeah,
want to
hit
take
it up. The only reason this takes so long is because I take so long. I recognize this is my fault.
No, I appreciate it. These are thorough answers, and those are always good. So first, we've got a spicy one and then a wholesome one. So the spicy one: why is it okay to distrust economists but not scientists?
Why is it okay to distrust economists but not scientists?
That's correct.
That's actually an excellent question, and I'd love to answer that directly. So, if you're going to distrust the words of an expert, there'd better be a good fucking reason. Now, most of us here don't have PhDs in a scientific or economic field, so we can't do it. We can't do it based off of like a direct superseding authority on the subject. At least not most of us. I'm sure some of the people in chat, with my chat, have PhDs who could do that, but I can't. I just have a bachelor's in sociology. But scientists have the scientific method, and they peer review their studies. Additionally, scientists don't have as much of an ideological imposition over the subjects that they are discussing. So, for example, if a scientist does a study like how do patients respond to the exposure to androgen levels and such a, like, this is very direct, very immediate. There are, of course, lurking variables that could confound this, but for the most part, this is sound. You can go over the methodology if you're interested. But economists don't, the scientific method is inapplicable to to economic theory. And in addition, there is no peer review in those fields. The issue with economists isn't that what they say is false. It's that what they say, well, not necessarily, because sometimes it is, it's not what they say is false. It's that it has very little predictive power, at least from what we've seen historically, and B, it is very ideologically driven. So many economists were floored by 2008. There have been cyclical crashes every decade or less for over 100 years. And economists couldn't predict that. I mean, if there was a degree of specificity with which an expert could predict something, economists would be worse than almost any other field. Like there are very, very, very few fields that are worse at predicting things than modern neoliberal economic theorists. So that's one shot against them. The other one, and this is the biggest one, frankly, is that neoliberal economists usually give you takes that are contingent upon believing the theories of neoliberal economics. This is not the case with medicine. You can't go like, oh, sure, that vaccine worked 99.8% of the time, but only if you assume germ theory. No, that's not how it works. It worked 99.8% of the time. But with neoliberal economics, you can say like, oh, hey, well, if we implement these regulations and deregulate these industries, then we'll see that the GDP has a greater capacity to grow because they will no longer be influenced by the declining the interest rates will no longer be set by the Fed, which will mean there will be a greater capacity for these agencies to lend out, blah, 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 blah. Cool, great, but that's under their system. They make no predictive statements about how any of this would work under a collectivized economic model, or through worker co-ops, or through an economy that tries to maximize human happiness rather than the GDP. So in short, and again, as always, I take very long time to say anything, and that's my bad. In short, the main two issues are that A, scientists have a level of provability with their studies that is not replicable with economic theory, and B, because economic theory is almost always derivative of the economic principles that you have to choose to believe in. There are, of course, economic studies that are empirical, like, hey, how did price controls affect this, and that in this neighborhood from 1987 to 2004? And the answers to that are empirical, and I wouldn't impugn those, because that's verifiable. It's not theory-based, it's not ideological, or at least not succinctly ideological. Yeah, but that's the gist of it. For the most part, by the way, I stand with neoliberal economics. I usually agree with them within the purview of neoliberal economics. I agree rent control is a bad meme. I agree that transnational trade agreements are a good meme. I agree that immigration doesn't significantly affect the wages of the domestic population. I just think that, hey, this works within this system. Why don't we try something better in a better system? Why don't we move beyond this?
All right, I think that was a good answer. So, last question is from Alexandra. Alexandra says, I have come out to my conservative Christian family who has often made offensive jokes about queer people and was expecting a shitstorm to say the least, but I've been 100% accepted. My cousin just used my chosen name without me asking for it. My hypothesis is that a lot of people are just bigots because they haven't had either the proper education or haven't met a lot of people that they are bigoted against. Do you know if this is a thing that happens a lot? That happens to a lot of queer people coming out? Do you know if this happens a lot or why it happens?
Your anecdotal experience is provable in a broader sociological sense, yes. Exposure to different types of people with different types of lives and different types of ideas is provably effective in reducing reactionary thought extensively. Now, this isn't always the case. If there are any closeted trans 16-year-olds in my chat, I'm not saying you're all going to get warm receptions. Sorry. That's not always going to be the case. But yeah, it's harder to hate the things that are up close. And congratulations, by the way, on coming out. I'm glad you were received well. I really am. And yeah, hopefully, to anyone listening who shares similar sentiments, we can see that reflected in the future.
All right. So, everyone here, this has been Vosh. Will be posting his social media soon. This has been, again, Vosh. He's not a dirty communist. He's a clean communist. And Vosh, we really appreciate you coming out here. This has been fantastic. And I look forward to seeing more of your content soon. Really appreciate it.
Of course, the pleasure is entirely mine. Yeah, I'll DM you the pertinent information. Okay.
Certainly.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too, man.
That went well enough. Yeah, it went pretty darn well, I think, actually. Yeah, see, I'm a clean communist now. Hold on. Let me just get this link. Aren't I just like... I feel like we have like the... Oh, whoops. I feel like I can just do like Discord / or discord.gg/Vosh or something like that. Yo, what's up?
I brought you the child.
You brought a baby?
Yeah. I want you to notice what's missing.
Did he knock it off again?
It's gone.
Wait, you lost it again?
It's gone. I don't know where to put it.
Oh my god.
Well, I was home this time too.
You probably put it in the same place. We've got to find a secret.
I found one of them.
Yeah?
I just haven't gotten it because I hurt.
Nice. He tore his collar off again. You purring? You proud of yourself? He's very proud. All right, get your fucking little baby. He's purring so fucking loud, too. Yeah? You think it's just you and me in this room, but you're actually being watched by 2,000 people. Beans. Nope. Grooming my beard. There we go. All right, say goodbye. How are you so loud? Wait. Wait. All right. I'm going to send him back, and then I'm going to use the restroom, and then we're going to enter the Bernie watch. All right? Get ready. So as I was saying... Oh, we still have the cam zoomed in. Hello. You guys can't even see the chat. My bad. How dull that must have been. Hold on. Edit. Beautiful. All right, folks. Let me go over donos. I think that AMA went pretty well. Please, Vosh, the fascist things were just jokes. I have no idea what you're talking about. I think that AMA went pretty well. Let me go over these donations, huh? Oh, and in the interest of full disclosure, I think I got this properly. Does my mustache ever annoy me when I'm eating or drinking? Yes. In the interest of full disclosure, now it should play the give a coin to your streamer jingle every time a donation of $20 or more plays. I'm pretty sure. Let me go over these donos, huh? The Pie Man with the $10. Thank you, comrade. My best friend died 5 years ago today, and I've been super depressed all week. He was the first person I came out to his buy and was the only one in my corner for years. He was like a brother to me. Can I get some love for Anthony Gabriel, please? Aw, I'm sorry, comrade. Well, hey, we love Anthony Gabriel. We love you very much, and I'm really sorry about that, comrade. Rough week, no doubt. Thank you. And stick around. Trotsky for life with the incredibly generous tier 3 sub. Thank you. According to Einstein's equations, Vosh is never late because a Vosh runs according to Vosh time. That's true. And I was 1 minute early this time, actually. So by no definition, actually, have I been late. Pessimist with the $10. PSA from UPS associate. Rumor has it that Chinese customs are keeping packages with masks in them. If you want to send masks to China or Hong Kong, please say clothes or headwear. Thanks, everyone. Interesting. Do you think they're only doing that? Do you think they would do that because they want to avoid the embarrassment of having other countries send them masks or something like that? That's very strange. Rook with the tier 1 sub. I can't take it. I need my dicks. I need my dicks. Take my money and please, Mr. Titty Streamer, maybe give some chest hair in return. Okay, but only a little. There you go, comrade. The protests have mask bans. I assumed it was because of the coronavirus thing. West with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Sorry to hear about your headache. Oh, did it play? Fuck, I didn't have my earbuds in. If it does play, it would only be through the website, not through the super chat. It's only through the website at the moment. Sorry about your headache. Glad you're feeling better, buddy. Take my money, you sexy beast. Love you, daddy.
Toss a coin to your streamer.
That time it worked. Could probably do to adjust the volume a little bit, but there we go. Thank you very much, West. I really appreciate it. Saki Tanuki with the $5. Fuck Bidenistas and Clintonistas. Bernie should have someone as VP who is on the same page as him on his platform to carry it out if he is unable. Second choice should be guillotine. Yeah, second choice, they just lead them into the back room and shoot them. That's the second option. Saki Tanuki with the $5. For every Clintonista/Bidenista voter they lose, Bernie gains at least 2 voters from non-voting/independent by going for a progressive populist VP. I don't know if that's the case, but that would be a nice world, wouldn't it? And Saki Tanuki with the $5. Thank you, my man. If Bernie gets cheated, as every single indication from the DNC shows they plan to do, he absolutely needs to run third party. If he gets 50% of non-voters, as polling indicates he could, that's 22.5%. If he ran third party, that would be a guaranteed Trump victory because the votes would be split so heavily between him and the Democratic Party. But of course, the DNC doesn't care about winning, so you can't even threaten that against them. And Saki Tanuki with the $5. Thank you, my man. which is competitive with Trump's 24.6% and HRC's 26-ish% from 2016, and that's assuming he doesn't take any votes away from the other two candidates, which he will in the highest turnout in voter history. Yeah, it would, I just don't think a third party can function, but maybe. I would need to look more into, like, law, you know? And Sake Tanuki with the gifted tier 1 subs, the first one, which would be 77% plus, and then hashtag mic drop. True, a truly epic diatribe that you have gone on, my friend. I mean, I do hope it plays out as such. Digital bitch slap with the $2. A bullet is the only cure for pedophilia. No, it's not, and I don't like those attitudes at all. This is very punitive and anti-progressive. Okay, pedophiles need help and therapy and everything else. If you're just like anyone who's ever even thought about touching a child needs to be shot and killed and the corpse raped, then what you're doing is encouraging all of the people with pedophilic tendencies to never go get help for it because they're afraid of the stigma they'll face. And since they don't get help, then they will go rape kids, you know? That's a bad idea. It's bad. Don't do that, you know? Now, if they actually have raped children, then yeah, of course they should go to jail, like, obviously. But a pedophile is not necessarily a child abuser. And a child abuser isn't necessarily a pedophile. You know, there's not always an overlap. Oh, no, I'm not saying pedophiles are LGBT. Pedophilia is a paraphilia that can't be acted on without hurting people. Whereas being gay is a sexuality and can be enacted without hurting people as long as your dick's not too big, you know? Narrator with the $5. Why the hell can't I download this on YouTube yet? I also bought a station wagon. What a disconnected series of sentences, my friend. Probably because the stream's still going, which is why you can't, you know, download it. And Kasi Schnitzel with the $3. Is it just me or does the Hague Report guy look like Dave Jeffcott?
Donut messes.
What am I looking at?
101. I love my.
I need a. Where's a close up of the face?
I love daddy too. Asri, I love brother sister.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say yes. They're identical in every way. I confirmed. Confirming it here. Just so you know. Okay? Thank you, Kashnitzel. RB with the $2. Vosh, the DNC is already denying the superdelegate report. Well, too bad. We're going to cover it and get angry about it anyway. Cola Dick with the gifted tier 1 sub. What's your reaction on the Rashida Tlaib clip? We'll have to get to that one. That's part of the fucking Bernie. We'll fucking get there, okay? Dazel with the $5. Do you think this is a fucking game to you? You think it's so funny spamming crabs? But let me say this, Bernie bros. Delaneyaks don't forgive and forget. We get mad. There's literally hundreds of us. Oh shit, Monkus. Oh shit, Monkus. Oh shit, boys. Uh-oh. Delaneyaks, say what you will. Delaneyaks got the fittest constituency, you know. They will pile drive us. Sai with the tier 1 sub. My sub expired and I can't handle being a white name. My name is too short and I become invisible. How am I supposed to get my mandatory daily parasocial arena fulfillment if that happens? Shaking my goddamn SMH. Hey, comrade Sai, I see you in chat. Every time you chat, nothing to worry about, my friend. And I'm always happy to have you here. White name or orange name. But orange name is better, you know, there's no denying. Archon with tier 1 sub. Just want to say I've taken many pointers from you in terms of how I debate other people, and it has worked flawlessly. Thank you for bringing me over to the left. Also, mauling about how socialism is described in my 12th grade econ book, i.e. government. Yeah, dude. Hey, did you know that most of the textbooks in America for high school are published from some like conservative-leaning Texan company? What's their name again? You guys know the name. And they like are absolutely biasing deliberately the educations that people get. That's super cool. That's super cool. Oh, is it Pearson? That's one of them. Horace me with the $5. Depression is gone. Unlimited power. Been busy making friends and money, so take some. Nice, comrade. Nothing feels better than overcoming a depressive episode. Good luck. Robert Michaels, the £2. That's number wang. I don't get it. But you know what? Absolutely. Numberwang. Per Mason, Mayusen, with the very generous $10. Number 1, thoughts on, you can't ask me 4 questions in one dono. Oh, it's only 3 questions. My bad. Okay, that's sensible. You're getting the quickie answers. Thoughts on Amos Yee and pro-pedophilia activism in general? Amos Yee is, as far as I'm concerned, a degenerate pedophile who's trying to normalize relationships between... Listen, pro-pedophilia is getting pedophiles the help they need to not rape, okay? Amos Yee's pro-pedophilia is, what if the rape is okay? No, not good. How do you keep all your research data organized? I have an ultimate research document. You can type *doc in chat and get all the info you need. Apart from that, I just have a lot of tabs open. And have you ever heard of the Chinese anime Ling Feng Jie, a hagiography of Karl Marx? Yes, I have. I have heard of it. And I've watched an episode of it. I got bored because I don't want to watch something just because it has Marx in it or whatever. But I did think it was very funny. I did like it. That was funny. Thank you. Saudi LGBT with the $5. Hey Vosh, I'm an LGBTQ person from Saudi Arabia, and I just want to tell you that I won't mind trans rights. Smiley face. Keep up the awesome work. Hey, you're doing the good work, okay? But probably, to be fair, most Saudi Arabian people not on board with trans rights. Just saying. Probably not. Probably not. But who knows, really? Red Eye Sam with $5. Fun bug fact. It was the prostitutes who fought to the bitter end during the Paris Commune, even when victory became hopeless. Yeah, because prostitutes are and always have been comrades. Osu with the gifted tier 1 subs. This money can only be used to watch Parasite. Watch Parasite, everyone watching. Watch Parasite. I do really want to watch Parasite. I absolutely will get around to it at some point in my life. I have to watch Cats. And for my birthday on Valentine's Day, I'm going on a date and I'm going to watch the Sonic movie. It's going to be great. 21st Century Socialist with the $5 concerning Huey Long, a populist Soakdam who implemented reforms that benefited the people of his state, but at the same time made himself the dictator of Louisiana. Should we celebrate such a person? Man, we're in like we're at a point where like I would need to like go over my shit again before I could really know. I would need to do research on Huey Long. You know what? I'm just going to do... This is the same with every historical figure. Probably some good things, probably some bad things. Maybe he's cringe, maybe he's based. I have no idea, But my apologies. If I said anything incorrect, I apologize. I have half memories, Gigru with $1. Hello, is there a way to meet up with you and fuck? Yes, there is. But if I made that way known to everybody, then I would get a deluge of people, and I have to be, scrupulous when it comes to who I fuck. Level 1 Whooper with the tier 1 sub. I've been watching your streams for a while, and I've finally subbed. Thanks for the countless hours of entertainment while I play my video games and draw. I've also been inspired to start my own art streams, and it's been fun. Birdie 2020. Nice! Yeah, art streams are crazy fun, comrade. Happy to provide you some background entertainment. Posadas Jaw with $1. Vosh, that episode is a Patreon episode. Are you a Grey Wolf now? Yes, I am. I became a patron. I became a patron of Chapo Trap House. Why not? Pilatava Miato with the 121. What did you mean when you said you support dictatorship of the proletariat? I know you don't mean it in the ML glorious leader way, but I could be wrong because I think the term should be ditched because it could be used as an excuse for authoritarians to take power under the guise of DOTP. Yes, I agree. I don't like the term. I don't like how people use the term, but in a literal sense, I do support the dictatorship of the proletariat, a society of the proletariat for the proletariat, one in which the proletariat's needs are the ones that are made manifest. I do agree with that, even though I think the terming is horrible. Hey, you guys want to talk about bad optics? Okay, with the fucking dictatorship of the...
Toss a coin to your streamer.
Dictatorship of the proletariat. You guys better get used to that jingle, okay? The dictatorship of the proletariat is a... This is going to get really annoying. I can turn the volume down. I think it needs to be longer? Really? Okay, I can make it longer. The dictatorship of the proletariat just sounds, just not good. It doesn't sound like a good thing. Big Dick Wilson with $5. What is your favorite drug? Weed is the only drug that I take, apart from, I guess, lithium for mood stabilizers. You know how it be. Cola Dick with a gifted tier 1 sub. To add to your criticism of the economics field, real sciences gather new evidence and adjust their theories. Economists discard the evidence that disagrees with their preconceived theories. New branches may be created, but old wrong ones never die. That's true, yeah. Like for example, like trickle down economics is like a thing that people will still push for.
Toss a coin to your streamer.
So here's what I am going to do, because I can feel your eyes on me. I can feel your eyes on me. I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit, okay? I'm going to turn the volume down right now, okay? Yeah, I'm going to turn the volume down, okay? Okay, we're going to turn it from 28% to 18%, okay? That's what we're going to do. There we go. There we go. Okay, there we go, guys. There you go. Okay, chill out. Good idea, Collidic. Eric Kamian with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you so much. You donated that through Super Chat, not through the website though, which means it didn't play the jingle. But I wanted it to play the jingle. I just kind of forgot to make it play the jingle with the Super Chats. So I'll play it for you. Okay, here.
Toss a coin to your streamer.
There. That is for you. That's the manual invocation for you. I love you. Probably Tim with the $20.01. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate that. $20 or more. Thanks so much for coming on, Vosh. That was fantastic, and we really appreciate it. Hope to see you again at discord.gg/bluepolitics. Yeah, guys, Blue Politics. Discord.gg/bluepolitics. That's the link. You can get there through that. Guys, go do it. I was taking a look at the AMA discussion the entire time. It seemed like people were mostly making fun of Nazis. You know, it seemed like it was a pretty decent political discussion. It wasn't a bunch of cringy 12-year-olds.
Toss a coin to your streamer.
Was that the same volume as before? Wait, hold on. That sounded like it was the exact same. No? No, it was quieter? Okay, because I'm here. Listen, can we just have fun together? You added this so people would donate $20 all day today? Yeah, no shit. Obviously. Of course. The fuck, yeah. I will optimize my stream to make the greatest amount of money possible. What, absolutely, are you kidding me? Well, that's not a secret. That's literally my job. There you go. I've turned it down a little more, okay? Well, any further adjustments we can do fucking off stream, okay? Fuck you guys. Thank you so much, probably, Tim. I really, really appreciate it. Guys, go check out the Discord, Blue Discord. It was really good. I had a good time, okay? I thought that was a good AMA. Don't you guys? Guys, that was the most productive Discord AMA I have ever had. Most of the Discord AMAs, I just get fucking locked into arguing with fascies, which admittedly I enjoy. But I really enjoy it. It was like the nice, like, economics, you know? Soothing Glow with $5. Hey Vosh, have you heard about Joshua Collins? Yes. He's a 26-year-old socialist trucker running for Congress in Tacoma, and he's actually gaining some real traction. Critical support for our comrade. Yes, Joshua Collins. Yes, follow him on Twitter. He seems to be doing some good stuff. Congress Uwu, which is super fucking rad, you know. And yeah, I sometimes retweet. That's my support, you know. Wine for Kids with the $1. Happy birthday, Vosh. Thank you, I guess. It's not my birthday, but yeah, I'll take it. And Ingy Bingy 2K with $5. What do you think of woke scolds calling Peter Coffin a groomer? I don't know any of this information. I have no. Guys, have you seen this Discord? Some people are saying that Peter Coffin is a groomer because like their wife is young or something like that. You know what I mean? Is it weird? Is it creepy for me to say that Peter Coffin's wife is crazy hot? I was just really surprised. I was talking to her before I knew. I just thought she hadn't. I just like, oh my god, what incredibly red hair. How old is she? Like 15? Anyway, I don't know why people keep calling Peter Coffin like a groomer. FBT with the $5. Coin a stream to your tosser. Or something like that. Thank you. This is my little rendition. That was a joke, by the way. She's not 15. She's not. No, that was a joke. Okay. Okay. Let's calm down. We're almost done with donuts, then we'll move on. Dax With a tier 4 sub, thank you, my friend. That is incredibly kind of you. I sometimes have a hard time convincing liberal and leftist friends that banning guns is a horrible solution. When I bring up the state monopoly on violence, they say that we can't fight back anyway. How can I convince them that it's worth having guns? There are two big things that you can point to, okay? One, point out the fact that the Black Panther Party's ubiquitous gun ownership was useful in preventing cops from ravaging their community. It was incredibly powerful as a defensive measure. Very, very important to them, okay? Made people take them serious. Two, take a look at Afghanistan and Vietnam. Even with the full weight of the American military weighing down in these places, civilians with scrap arms were able to be a massive impediment to military, activities in those areas. Imagine if there was ever martial law declared in this country. Can you imagine the United States government declaring martial law on like Austin, Texas? Can you actually imagine that for a second? Can you imagine Austin, Texas under martial law when the civilians don't like what the government is doing? Hoo boy, that would be, something tells me the government would be super careful, going over that one. They would be very cautious. So, yeah, they just yeed their last haw. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It can go a long way towards preventing unlawful or unethical government, sort of crackdowns. And that's very important. Thank you so much for the tier 4 sub, comrade. Bugatti Marquis, the $3. Elon Musk is making music now. Check this out. Wait, is this actually a song from Elon Musk? Wait, this actually is. Don't Doubt Your Vibe is Elon Musk's debut single released on Emo-G Records. Prior to its release, he teased the track on his Twitter page, saying, "Just wrote a song called Don't Doubt Your Vibe. Because it's true, laughing emoji, this song is hard." Thanks, Musk. Thanks. And thank you, Bugatti Marquis, for sharing that with us. Alex Lonsborough with the $5. Zero laws, true criminal reform-based democratic court system like the Greeks make me want to nut. Love you, Vosh. That was, I'm amazed I didn't trip over my words there. I love you too, comrade. Thank you. Rock Lee with the $2. What's the difference between demisexual and pansexual? And sapiosexual. Demisexual means that you are only interested in people with whom you have an emotional attachment. Sapiosexual means you're only interested in people who you believe are intelligent. And pansexual means that you are interested in people regardless of their gender identity. So, for example, I am pansexual, but that's it. My partner is pansexual and demisexual, and pretentious douchebags are sapiosexual. That's the sort of big differentiator. Sam Hammer with the 1732. Thank you, comrade. Lamppost/Guillotine 2020. If only. If imagine the write-in candidates of Guillotine 1. That'd be some good-ass shit. 100%. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate it. We can only dream of a better world. Darth Vader with the $1 Vosh. Is a Trump re-election assured? Why or why not? No, it's not. If Bernie makes it through the primaries, which I'd say he has a 30 or 40% chance of doing at the moment, I think that we have very good odds against Trump. If he doesn't, I'd say it's a coin flip. If Bloomberg makes it through somehow, he loses against Trump like 9 times out of 10. Geronimo Roeder with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you, comrade. Finally catching you live. Sadly, not a game stream though. Love you from Germany, and love everyone in chat. Hey, thank you. And chat says they love you too. We'll have a game stream tomorrow, probably. Thank you very much, comrade. I really appreciate it. That is incredibly kind of you. No Face Killer with $10. Hey Vosh, been trying to de-radicalize people I know from the JQ bullshit, including my sibling. What are a couple kill shot arguments against the JQ? There are none, because conspiratorial thinking is specifically designed to avoid having to engage in introspection or critical thought. There are no kill shots against the JQ. What you can do, though, is point out the fact mockingly, if you will, that the way their conspiracy is designed is basically insulated against any chance of being disproven, which means it's like non-falsifiable. You know, you can make fun of them, you can get them on Holocaust denial points, which are empirical, obviously. Yeah, the Hibernian question is a good one to hit them with, like make fun of them on that. You can argue that like there are tons of ethnic groups that have disproportionate levels of power, but that has nothing to do with some sort of conspiracy of them hating the white race and trying to destroy it. There are just so many levels. Holy shit. I'm so glad I don't have friends who are in the JQ. Spow with the incredibly generous 20 bucks. Thank you. Oh, PayPal aplenty. Oh. Yeah, the full song is this. First of all, thank you very much, Spow. I love you, buddy. I really appreciate it. This is the full thing.
Toss a coin to your streamer. Oh, viewers aplenty. Oh, viewers aplenty. Oh. Toss a coin to your streamer. Oh, viewers aplenty.
Honestly, I think I just really like... The last part was bad. I really like it. I disagree strongly with your guys' takes. I think, honestly, what I like the most is just being able to hear music again, like, on my stream. You know what I mean? Because, like, normally if I listen to 6 seconds of music, like I'm instantly demonetized. Yeah, probably name user. Is DPico here right now? We can do a trial. Would you let people touch your beard in a meetup? No. What? Why would I do... Okay. Sean 1 with the $3. Message of hope in these dire times. Oh, wait. We have to stop. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh. Isn't sex gay, Vosh? Nice titties. I'm legal in some states. This person is 16. Here's them talking about D&D. Wait, Nameless King? No, Dark Souls, not D&D. Am I being weird? Oh no, all the Asian women. Here's a vid defending the existence of lolicon. I wish more Asian women were in Vosh's community. I know this Mongolian girl at my school that will never date me because she hates me and she was curvy. I wish I could DM people in Vosh's chat. I wish I could have a GF like Lily Pichu. Are there any Asian women in this chat? At Nino, are you an Asian woman? All right. We'd go now to the court of public opinion. I'm typing up a poll. I never remember how to do polls, so hopefully this is the right... Nope. There we go. I'd say a week at most. Am I being too harsh? He's only a child. Only a week. All right, D Pico. I love you, buddy. I hope you know that. He's only a child. All right. A week ban. D Pico, I love you, and you will come back from this stronger than ever before. You will come back to a field, just a grassy field of Asian women, all ready for you. There we go. That was more mercy. If you ban evade, it'll get bigger. You're being sent to your room. All right. Sean won with the $3. Message of hope in these dire times. Just because John Delaney dropped out doesn't mean we should give up. He might just return to the race if we get enough people to vote for him. Delaneyacks unite. Gotta have these high hopes for 11. Yeah, if maybe we could get the Delaneyacks independent ticket, I think that'd be a good bid. I would vote for it. I'd vote for an independent Delaneyacks, dude. That'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty good. I respect that. Kraken Ghost, the $2. Vosh, which way do you think Yang and Tulsi supporters will go at the end? Almost certainly towards Bernie. Probably I'd say 70-30 split Bernie, Trump, but all populist candidates. Yang and Tulsi supporters will never go for somebody like Biden. Burn the Pigs, the $5. If you want Vosh and Chapo, you, the watcher, must contact Chapo and tell them you want it. Listener demand is critical here. What I'm saying is email your complaints to Virgil. Go do it. Yeah, do it. They never responded to my cringy email, okay? You guys are the only ones with the power. You guys are the only ones who can get me on there, okay? You're the only ones. Rivera Life with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you, comrade. Now turn your dono amount up and get half of each one to Bernie. People will do it to hear the jingle. Make it 50. If I make it 50, I feel like I'm bilking people too hard to hear the little jingle. But maybe I'll consider upping it to like a big donation. So it would only happen like once a day or week, maybe. You know. I'll consider it. I'll consider giving it to Bernie. Maybe. Geronimo Roeder with the incredibly generous Tier 4 subscription. Thank you so much, comrade. I thought I put it to recurring subscription last time. Well, here we go again. If it means I get to see you once more in my dono feed, comrade. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your yellow name. You're going to look good. You're going to look good. Big Dick Wilson with the 666. Vosh, what is your favorite Karl Marx essay? Yeah, the Critique of Political Economy. That's the first one I thought of. Yeah, that one right there. That one right there. That one. That's my favorite one. Swedish Boy 9 with the Tier 1 sub. What do you think about Secular Talk? I haven't consumed any of his content beyond his debate with Razor Fist, which was very fun to watch. Beyond that, I know next to nothing. I have to say, though, I don't like the layout of his stream very much. I know that my layout is literally just me in, like, a bedroom.
Toss a coin to your streamer.
I like that volume level. I don't know if that's too much or too little, but I like that. It's, like, understated, but it's loud enough that people hear it. I know I'm just, like, in a room, and I have a lizard right there. But it's very authentic, you know. I feel like Kyle's a little bit dark and seedy. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Permasin with the $2. What should the age of consent be? I don't know. I mean, 18 is probably pretty good, I guess. Maybe there should be 2 different age of consent so we can have like a 2-tiered system. I don't know. I'm in favor of any system that minimizes exploitation and abuse, you know? And finally, at long last, Don Mako Umaneko with the $5. Hello again, Vosh. Twitter is the holy grail of ignorance. I've been on it for a few weeks and it makes me want to kill myself. How does one stay sane on that platform? Do you use block lists? I do not use block lists. Anytime I see somebody do any... So, most of the shit that I get is from Nazis or woke scolds. The woke scolds have toned down a little bit. The Nazis, anytime I see something that looks like Nazi shit, I check the profile. If it's a Nazi, I block them personally. That's it. And it's a pretty good... It's a pretty good, you know, system for me. It takes a little bit of time, but I've cultivated my environment to a decent extent. Twitter is a hellhole, though. Folks, are you ready? Are you ready for Bernie Watch? The first Bernie Watch. Are you ready for it? Because it's happening live right now. From this point, I don't have a show, you know, but from this point until Bernie Sanders is in the Oval Office, maybe, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I will be dedicating a section of every single politics stream to updates on the presidential election, starting with the Democratic primary. We're going to keep up with the news. We're going to keep up with the spicy drama. My friends, I do this for you. I'll be releasing these every single time I do as single segments. I don't know, maybe if I think like maybe a segment's super big, I should release it separately or something. I have no idea. Folks, Bernie Watch, February 1st. Let's get started, my friends. Who here has been on Twitter? If you haven't been on Twitter, who here is incredibly lucky to have not been subjected to this discourse? My friends, check it out as soon as I move my webcam down, because this is where I go for the Hollow Knight stream. Stumbling over my words because I'm just so excited to be shilling for Bernie. Bernie Sanders.
Week when someone by the name of Hillary Clinton said that nobody, we're not gonna boo, we're classy here. We're classy.
I'll boo. Boo. You all know I can't be quiet. No, we're gonna boo. That's all right. The haters will shut up on Monday when we win.
There we go. I was gonna say, a haters week.
For those of you without context, this is from a Bernie Sanders rally in Iowa, as you all know, on Monday. In just, holy shit, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. 2 days. The Iowa caucus comes out. The first caucus we're going to see. And folks, by the way, oh man, oh god, I just think about this all day now. We are on the fucking cusp. There will be no more polls. Bernie is currently leading by 3.6 points over Biden. It's a four-way shot between Warren, Buttigieg, Biden, and Sanders. If you are in Iowa right now, you need to be volunteering. You need to be volunteering. This is an insanely important moment. This is unbelievably important, folks. Okay? So we're up there, you know, and that's what they're doing right over here, you know. That's what they're doing. They're over here at an Iowa rally. And what does a point represent here? A percentile, like representative, like slice the pie. 22 means 22% of the pie, basically. That's the system. And we have this, you know, this rally that's going on right here. And Rashida, you're gonna have to help me a little bit with the last name here. Tlaib? I fuck this up. I do this every time. Tlaib? Tlaib? Can I? If you guys Talib. Okay, gotcha. Rashida Tlaib. That sounds so much easier to pronounce than it looks like it does. Rashida Tlaib led the crowd in booing Hillary Clinton. Now, if you guys will recall, if you will recollect, Hillary Clinton was responsible for recently saying nobody likes Bernie Sanders, nobody likes him, you know, career politician. Again, I've talked about this before. The salient irony of Hillary fucking Clinton saying nobody likes her and that you're a career politician, blah, 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 insult, okay? Just insane, you know? But so Hillary Clinton, who's not in this race, has issued direct condemnation of Bernie Sanders, presumably bitterness, you know, sad, you know, and Rashida Tlaib sort of, you know, makes manifest this through the crowd brewing. Now, guys, Hillary / K-Hive Twitter is not happy with this, not even remotely happy. Let's take a look at the discourse. So Hassan agrees this is absolutely based. Thank you, Hassan. I really appreciate that, and I agree completely. This is horrific. Keep in mind, all that happened was them booing Hillary Clinton, somebody who isn't in this race, somebody who just issued direct, unprompted, and false attacks against Bernie Sanders. This is horrific. I can no longer support Rashida Tlaib. I honestly thought she was at least better than this. As for the Bernie crowd booing Hillary, they only boo the best people. Obama, Hillary, John Lewis, etc. They cheer racists, homophobes, and misgoynists, apparently. I'm gonna assume that's exactly what they mean. So this person, obviously, in addition to being a giant cuck and a baby, makes no point whatsoever. So just like a MAGA rally then, do they also chant lock her up? Remember, folks, criticizing Hillary Clinton or booing her after she makes direct attacks against your candidate makes you a Trump supporter. Did they also chant lock her up? How deeply disappointing witnessing Democrats behaving like Trump. Remember what I said about the aesthetics of progressivism? So to them, progressive is not booing a woman. And progressive is getting a woman in office, but not supporting Bernie Sanders, the most progressive presidential candidate in the history of the United States of America. Mainstream progressive candidate in the history of the United States of America. Only one campaign acts like this. Insulting 65 million voters must be a strategy I missed in the 30 years I've been covering politics. 30 years I've been... Shut the fuck up, lady. Who are you? Award-winning investigative journalist from Huffington Post. Hey, you know what they say about... You know what they say about the Huffington Post's, approach towards diversity, you know? If there's... Hey, if you can't trust the future of the country to the squad over here, you know, then who can you trust it to, honestly? Where else are you going to go? Think about it. Writes books. Socialist. Socialist? Oh, God. And she... This is a tweet from 2014. From 6 years ago. Hashtag courage is a value. We should all adopt it. Why? Because being hashtag brave gets stuff done. Being brave inspires others to get stuff done. Hashtag justice. Damn! Holy shit! Oh my God, I'm epiphanying so hard my yoni eggs are about to pop out, dude. Holy shit. Bravery, what we need leading this country. Let's get back to how booing Hillary Clinton after she makes direct attacks against your candidate makes you a Trump supporter. May I remind you that Secretary Clinton stood up for you against the White House squatter, and this is how you repay her? Blind devotion to any one candidate is unhealthy. Look, this all these fucking wonks care about is loyalty. That's it. Hillary Clinton is the Democratic woman, so you have to support her or you're Trump. She stood up for you one time. This is how you repay her? There's no broader ideological guideline that drives their behavior. It's just loyalty to the party. Rashida Tlaib. No one needs this right now. My God, Democrats are their own worst enemy sometimes. Quit acting like what we're trying to get rid of. What the fuck does this mean? Do they think that the problem with the Trump presidency is that Trump booed Hillary? I think that's it. That's what they think. To them, the problem with Trump isn't the fascism or the white supremacy or the camps at the border or the Muslim ban. All they care, to them, the greatest offense that Trump committed against the country was disrespecting Queen Hilla. That's it. Well, that was horrible. I donated. These thin-skinned bitches. But it's just booing. It's just booing. That's it. Holy shit. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. White feminists in the replies be like, yeah, no, that's good. I stand this tweet. I'm here for it. Good grief, can we please stop this circle firing squad BS? And I mean it from all sides. Hillary Clinton Hillary Clinton is currently pushing to get her failure of a life put into a fucking 4-hour Hulu biopic. And she took time out of her day to not only say that nobody likes Bernie Sanders, which, by the way, when Hillary Clinton says nobody likes Bernie Sanders, what she means is that none of the plutocrats and career politicians in Washington like Bernie Sanders because he has principles. Of course they don't like him, but that's the only people Hillary Clinton gives a shit about. So that's where her consideration for people begins and ends. Hillary Clinton then went on to say she didn't know if she would endorse Bernie Sanders if he ended up being the primary delegate, the primary nominee. And then a supporter of Sanders leads a crowd booing. Oh, the heat coming from both sides is too much. God. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton directly impugning one of the leading candidates, and a rally where she got booed after she did that. That is the... And keep in mind, again, Bernie Sanders did 37 campaign rallies for Hillary Clinton back in 2016. After Hillary beat Bernie in the primary, Bernie stepped up to try and get his fucking boys to vote for Hillary Clinton, and he campaigned for her. This old man campaigning for a candidate he ran against. When Hillary lost to Obama in 2008, she did 13 events at like what? 30 years younger than Bernie Sanders, and much less ideological difference between them two? The duplicitous Clinton. Rashida Tlaib is just a low-class liberal version of MAGA. So here's a question. What does this mean if not racism? Low class. Can somebody explain to me what that means? Is it because she's brown? Because this is literally just her in a room leading boos. But she said, unite against Trump in, for some reason, the Jew brackets, says low-class liberal version of MAGA. I don't know what a liberal version of MAGA is, but a low-class version of MAGA kind of implies that this is like worse than MAGA or something like that. So what does that mean? This is literally just dog whistling, isn't it? This is dog whistling, is it not? I've been seeing this all over Twitter. It's all of these insane, these crazy K-hive, like they're the Warrenites, they literally have no principles other than A, loyalty to the party. That's one. And B, the belief, again, that labial flaps should be ground into the chair of the Oval Office. That's it. That's literally it. That's where it begins and ends for them. So if a woman gets into office, it doesn't matter. I swear to God, these stupid fuckers would vote for Sarah Palin if Sarah Palin ran a ticket for the Republican side. It's crazy to me. Yeah, Neera Tanden. Neera Tanden, by the way, is one of the worst people in politics. Unquestionably. Neera Tanden is a homunculus who was designed by ancient cultic wizards to create a representation of feminism so abjectly, abhorrently antithetical to the principles of like egalitarianism that the internal contradictions would actually fuel a sort of self-perpetuating engine, a fire beating in her chest. Neera Tanden has been like front and center for this particular like kerfuffle. Here we can go down here. Was this 11,000? Yeah, 12,000 kinda responses. This is gonna get them real mad. This is mansplaining to these people. This is good. Here, wait. I saw this on Twitter. You know, this makes me sad. And frankly, the audience response painfully reminds me of the lock her up chants at the Dem convention in 2016. Maybe Hillary should stop publicly criticizing one of the Dem frontrunners in the interest of party unity. Just an idea. So you're saying she deserves it? Yes. 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 Yeah! Yeah, Hillary Clinton deserves this and worse. Hillary Clinton does not care whether or not a Democrat wins. Hillary Clinton just doesn't want her legacy of failure to be despoiled by having her being beaten by the person she knew she had to cheat to win against in 2016. That's it. That's the answer. Hillary Clinton is and always has been a cancer on politics, but she's grown more bitter with age. So anyway, yeah, if you see any of this Rashida Tlaib, whatever, this is a nothing, absolutely nothing. She has every right to lead a crowd booing people against the person, not even a candidate, mind you, who shit-talked one of their one of the leading candidates, and also the person they're currently there at a rally to support. Fuck Hillary Clinton. Oh, and one other thing, by the way, also very, very important. Hillary Clinton, hating Hillary Clinton is a wedge issue that we can use to bring right-leaning voters over. If you actually cared about winning, you would advocate in favor of trashing Hillary Clinton. Because Trump supporters hate Hillary Clinton. Republicans hate Hillary Clinton. Everyone hates Hillary Clinton. If you make fun of Hillary Clinton, you can pull people over from the right. Nothing alienates right-leaning voters more than seeing these fucking zombie voters who are still clinging to the legacy of Hillary Clinton in 2020, where she's not even a candidate. If we actually gave a single shit about electability here, then we would recognize that trashing Hillary Clinton is actually, in fact, a pretty phenomenal campaign strategy moving forward. Because it's going to get people, you know, it's going to get people on board with the Democratic platform. Hey, you know, I'm not a fan of the Democratic platform, but I'll tell you, I'm in favor of a Democratic platform that hates Hillary Clinton. That brings me closer to loving it, you know? That moves me over, without question. Now, later, unfortunately, Rashida Tlaib did apologize, because you have to, in this environment, you know? Though I have to say, I really do wonder if we could move forward with not apologizing, you know? I don't like the backing down. I didn't like it when Ilhan Omar did it either. You know, I feel like at this point you lose more for the weakness than you gain from the people who who demanded the apology to begin with. My girlfriend is dead now. She did too many chores and she's gone. Anyway, I'm happy to say that's not the only fucking nonsense that's taken place since the last time we talked about the convention, because DNC members discuss rules change to stop Sanders at a convention. Folks, are you ready to hear about how the Democratic primaries work? Are you ready? Are you ready? Because we're getting into it with a paint stream. I imagine most of you don't know how it works because all of you are dumb and babies, but I'm here to explain to you, and you're welcome. Thank you. So let's get into it. Clip Studio Paint, load. Clip Studio Paint, load. There we go. Always takes a bit with the art programs, you know? There we go. All right, folks. Now stick with me here, okay? So, there are two elections. One election is the general, obviously. It's going to be one candidate against one candidate. I mean, for real. Like, there are going to be third parties and stuff, but that's probably going to be Biden or Bernie or whatever against Trump. Great. But before that, we have to decide who the Democrats are fielding. And for that, we have the Democratic primaries. Now, as many of you know, in 2 days, we have the Iowa... we have the Iowa caucus, which will be when we do the first ballot for the people's votes to which candidate they prefer. Now, we just took a look at RCPs. For the sake of consistency, let's take a look at 538's Iowa caucus records as well. The Iowa polls this year? Yeah, give me a... Nope. Where are 538's records on the Iowa caucus? Here we go. No, these are just posts. Listen, if I can't find the information that I'm looking for in a 2-minute Google search, then honestly, what's even the point? RCP, here we go. Ah, chat has found it for me, lovely. All right, what do we got here? Sanders is forecasted to win an average of 28% of the vote in Iowa. In 80% of simulations, he wins between 12% and 43% of the vote. He has a 2 in 5 chance of winning the most votes, slightly better than the second most likely winner, Biden, who has a 1 in 3 chance. So 538 is still prioritizing Biden over Bernie Sanders. Though, if I recall correctly, 538 prioritizes earlier polls more than more than RCP does. But over here in RCP, which, by the way, much prettier graph, I have to say. Sanders is still on top. Now, 2/5 is better than 1/3. Oh, wait. Sorry, wait, my bad. I misread that. I said I read 1 and 5 rather than 1 and 3. Yeah. Shut the fuck. I'm a social science major. This isn't what this is about, okay? The point is, the Iowa caucus is coming up, okay? Look, there. Don't get complacent, folks. Remember, campaign for Sanders as though he was 10 points down. Shut up. Now, with that being said, here we are. Okay, so we're taking a look at the primaries. Now, I've got this article right here, see? And it says, DNC members discuss rules change to stop Sanders at convention. Let's take a look, all right? A small group of Democratic National Committee members has privately begun gauging support for a plan to potentially weaken Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign and head off a brokered convention. In conventions on the sidelines of a DNC executive committee meeting and in telephone calls and texts in recent days, about a half dozen members have discussed the possibility of a policy reversal to ensure that so-called superdelegates can vote in the first ballot of the party's national convention. Such a move would increase the influence of DNC members, members of Congress, and other top party officials, who must now wait until the second ballot to have their say if the convention is contested. Now, let me explain this. So, the Democratic primaries take place, right? We start rolling up all the votes. First, we have Iowa, then we have New Hampshire. You know, Super Tuesday, which is on March 3rd, we get a fuck ton of delegates. Each of these votes, each of these states contribute a given number of delegates who are supposed to follow in line with the votes of their states. They pledge themselves to the candidate who the people vote for most. Makes sense, correct? Nice. So, if at the end of the day, after all of the votes have been counted, that's a horrible looking cup. After all of the votes have been counted, if there is a person who gets more than 50% of the convention's votes, so after all the states are lined up, it's a few thousand Democratic, primary delegates. If he gets more than 50%, that's it. He wins. Bernie wins. Or whoever's up there wins. However, and here's the issue, if nobody... How are we gonna do this? How are we gonna... Here, we'll do like a little... We'll do like a little that. We'll do a little this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. There we go. There we go. We're doing it. We're doing art here, folks. Okay? If, however, nobody meets the 50% threshold, well, I chose Rasta colors. Look at that. I wasn't even trying to do that, you know? Hey. If nobody meets that, then we enter what is called a brokered convention. In a brokered convention, the delegates who voted here, who were previously bound to follow and along with and vote for the candidates who their state, voted for, the actual citizens in this democracy, they voted for that. The shape is drawn the wrong way. Here, if we're doing the first convention, they just go along with the state. But in the second one right here, we still need 50% of the vote. Who are these extra fucking votes coming from? All the delegates from the first convention are still over there. Where are they coming from? Well, this is what's called the superdelegates, folks. And this is where democracy stops happening, okay? This is where democracy ends, my friends. I'm very sorry. Democracy is canceled, you see. Because when we are dealing with superdelegates, we are talking about a group of people who can influence the results of the second ballot the one that we arrive at, if the first ballot's conditions don't lead to somebody having at least 50% of the vote, without them having to be in any way, shape, or form beholden to the interests of the democracy. And the representatives who voted in the first ballot are now free to vote for people of their choosing in the second ballot. So, long story short, you get a few thousand establishment Democrats together in a room. You know, who comes to be president? Well, if we're talking about the first ballot over here, it really basically does come down to what the Democratic voters are in favor of. Because the people who cast in their votes here are beholden to the interest of those who are who actually voted in the states. But if nobody gets that 50% threshold, the super delegates come in, and all of the original delegates throw their fucking hands up in the air, and they go, well, guess we're going to vote for who I want to vote for now. And then they pick. Super delegates are establishment Dems who are very, very likely to go against Bernie Sanders. Everyone knows this, which is why, if you've been following any policy wonk types on the left, you'll hear that Bernie Sanders needs to get at least 50% of the delegates in the first ballot, because if he doesn't, he's then being subjected to the rules of the second ballot, with all of the delegates there, free to vote however they want, likely, mind you, in support of the establishment candidates that they have material interests aligned with. I'm so confused. Basically, Bernie Sanders needs to win 50% of the vote off of the state primary elections, because if he doesn't, it goes to a fucking stupid system that allows a bunch of unelected dipshits to choose who's going to be the president the Democrats put forward. That's it. So basically, we get democracy or we don't. That's literally how it is. I'm not exaggerating, mind you. I'm not exaggerating. Oh yeah, they're calling super delegates automatic delegates now, as in they automatically fuck you in the ass if you let them have any control over the political system. Okay? So the only reason why Bernie Sanders has any shot at all, in the slightest, is because he can maybe get 50% of the votes for the first ballot. If he succeeds in doing that, he avoids superdelegates entirely, and the non-superdelegates, the regular delegates, are beholden to the interests of the people. If the superdelegates come in, things get a lot dicier. Which is why in conversations on the sidelines of a DNC executive committee meeting and in telephone calls and texts the recent day, about a half dozen members have discussed the possibility of a policy reversal to ensure that so-called superdelegates can vote on the first ballot at the party's national convention, meaning that these anti-democratic establishment Dems who are completely divorced from the interests of the voters would be able to weigh in. Now, this was reversed after 2016. How many states does he need? That's an excellent question. Let's look up 2020 Democratic primaries. Wikipedia, give me the, where's the breakdown? State breakdown, state breakdown. Nope, these are the candidates. State breakdown, state delegates per state. There we go. Ballotpedia. This is always good. Here we go. So here we have a lot of numbers. We have district delegate votes. Don't worry about these numbers. We have pledged delegates right here. This tiny little number. Let's zoom in a little, probably. Let's zoom in a lot so you guys can see. We have total pledged delegates right here. And then we have unpledged delegates. Unpledged delegates are the superdelegates. The unpledged delegates are the delegates who are completely unbeholden to the interests of the people there. So let's take a look. let's talk best case scenarios here. So, on February 3rd, we have Iowa. Iowa is coming up as a caucus. Bernie is currently slanted. Did I say delegates? I said delegates. Jesus Christ, they sound similar. What do you want? Iowa's coming up in 2 days. That's the caucus. Democrats, they're going to run that out. For February 11th, we have New Hampshire. New Hampshire is pretty much guaranteed to go for Bernie, which is obviously nice. Is this a better website? I hate this website. Fuck you. Anyway, what we're mostly looking for is Super Tuesday, which is on March 3rd. So we have Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina, and then we have Super Tuesday. Super Tuesday, March 3rd, we get a fuck ton of states running in. Now, how many... Here we go. About 4,000 pledged delegates, which means that for the first ballot, you have to win 1,990. So let's see if we can come up with 1,190 pledged delegates. Well, the Iowa election only has like 40 delegates. New Hampshire is 24. These both probably go to Sanders in all likelihood. Nevada, if I recall correctly, still polls pretty heavily in favor of Biden. Which is what I would say if the link decided to work. There we go, Jesus. Yeah. No, it should be noted, though, most recently, that the most recent poll that came out of Nevada didn't really affect Biden's, didn't really affect Sanders' electability, but it did affect Biden's. Biden's plummeted a fair bit, which is pretty sweet. You do like to see it. South Carolina is... Man, they're really not going to let me just open in the same tab, are they? South Carolina... Wait, this is California. Jesus Christ, fine. Getting cucked over here. The fuck is the point of ad blockers? California is working currently in favor of Sanders by a pretty decent margin. South Carolina is still, leaning very, very heavily in favor of Biden. But California is leading for Sanders. Texas, I think, is, still in favor of Biden. We don't have a fancy graph here, unfortunately. Bernie is going to struggle in the South. That is correct. Here we go. This is current projections. Current projections are, according to this, not favorable to Sanders. However, this is from, what is this from? Where are they getting this data from? This is from compiled, this is compiled data. Yeah, this suggests that Biden still takes out in front. But the thing is, and this is the good news, folks, and this is why this is so important. Everyone listen to me. Keep in mind the fact that most people haven't made up their minds yet when it comes to who they want to be the Democratic candidate. Iowa and New Hampshire are up first. Bernie is set to win both of those. If people who don't like Trump but are otherwise not very engaged with the political process hear that the first two primary votes went towards Bernie Sanders, we're going to see some movement in that direction. I think this map is uncharitable towards Bernie, and I think that as Bernie is able to snowball some of the earlier states, including California for Super Tuesday, which is going to be huge, I think things are going to trend out more favorably towards him. But all of that only matters if we get an actual first ballot election and not one that is influenced by fucking superdelegates. Not one where the fucking DNC establishment blowhards can put their hands in the fucking cookie jar early and say like, hey, you know, sure, I mean, fine. Bernie Sanders probably has the best chance against Trump, you know, looking at the polls. However, also important to consider, the insurance companies will be mad at me if I let him win, and I might not get as much money from them next year, you know? There is a shot. It's still slim, but there is a shot. But there is no shot if this goes through. Now, the good news for this is, very, very thankfully, super, super important to be considered, is the fact that this is not like an actual measure that is being taken at this moment. This isn't like gonna happen right now. It is, in fact, probably a good thing that it just took a few dipshits considering it for this to make news. There's a lot of scrutiny that has been placed on the DNC right now. If the DNC were to jump out with this, it would probably lead to a national disgrace. I mean, there would be riots. If this is, because this would be an open and deliberate attempt to rig the election against Bernie Sanderinos, you know. The fact that a few dudes talking about this amongst one another is all it takes for the news, you know, sites to pick up on it and for people to get mad about it is probably good for us. Important to keep that in mind. Can we Europeans help you guys out? Yes! If you're European, you can still volunteer for Bernie Sanders. There's no reason why you can't. Just go to berniesanders.com/call and you will get information where you can be trained to sign up to do phone banking. You can, I don't think you can donate, but you can, you can canvass. You can't donate, but you can canvass. Please do meddle in this election. Feel free. Do you get all delegates from a given state if you win the primary there? There's flexibility. Sometimes you get all of them. Usually it's proportional, but sometimes it isn't proportional. There were times back in the 2016 election, for example, that Bernie Sanders won a significant proportion of a state but didn't win it entirely, and then the entire state's delegates went to Hillary Clinton. It was a lot of fun back then. I fondly reminisce over 2016. What a grand time, you know. It's going to get nasty. It is going to get nasty again, folks, though. Please, believe you me, it's going to get bad again. Now, there is one other thing that we have to cover, other big piece of news, and that's somebody that I haven't really talked about that much on this stream because fuck him, but I think it's important to now, and that's Bloomberg. Speaking of the DNC recently specifically changed the rules for allowing people into their next debate so that Bloomberg, who gave $350,000 to the DNC, which is struggling financially, can jump on there. I cannot stress this to you guys enough. Not only is Bloomberg a piece of shit candidate, a cynical hack who is trying to leverage his enormous wealth to try and win this presidency, not only is he a bad man, not only is he cringe and not based in the slightest, not only is he an oligarch, but allowing a precedent where hyper wealthy oligarchs can buy their way to 8% of the general primary vote is insane. This is one of the reasons why I'm such a big fan of Bernie Sanders. You know, because Bernie Sanders really does drive all of his power from the people. Bloomberg has astroturfed his entire campaign. He has spent $250 million on this campaign. That's all it takes in this country. Nobody has $250 million to be throwing. Bernie doesn't have $250 million to be fucking throwing around on TV ads. The DNC doesn't have $250 million to be throwing around for their fucking advertising. Bloomberg does. It's all a fucking game to him. He's probably spending less money than he's making on the interest he has on his current money from his investments. It's a fucking game for him. He can just like, hey, can you imagine a country? It's the most powerful country in the world. And all you have to do to have a legitimate shot at being president is to just have a lot of money. That's it. That's all it takes. The precedent here is incredibly dangerous. He got the DNC to change the rules for $300,000. I didn't realize that the DNC was such a cheap hoe. I thought for you to break democracy, I would expect for you to have to give over at least a few million. But for 300,000, they changed the rules for him. That's it. That's all it takes. Fuck me, dude. I'll save up. I'll keep streaming for a little bit. Maybe I can rig the next presidential election. Yeah, the DNC is completely broke. They'll take anything. They'll take it. You can walk up to the DNC with spare change that you have pulled out of your couch and offer it over to their fucking managers, and they'll be like, thank you very much, sir. And where would you like your podium to be in the 8th primary debate? You can, you like, they're nothing. Like they're whores. They're cheap. You can just give them. With Bloomberg, I wouldn't get out of my fucking seat for less than $10 million. I bet he made him dance for it too. I bet Bloomberg showed up to the DNC in person with his smartphone and he held it up to them and he had the fucking confirmation page open for him to donate the what was it? What's the maximum that you can donate per? Yeah, 106,500. He had like the confirm screen up and there were 3 windows of it tabbed open. And he was like, all right, dance. And they just did a little fucking jig for him. He pulled out 6 shooters. He was firing at their feet. You know, it's fucking disgusting, dude. But this shouldn't be possible. You shouldn't be allowed to do this. It's incredible to me, and it's dangerous too, because Bloomberg can stay in the race forever. Bloomberg can stay in the race for all time. That's a thing that he can do that other people can't. Kamala had to drop out. Beto O'Rourke had to drop out. Delaney, God bless him, had to drop out. Bloomberg doesn't have to drop out. He has infinite money. Anytime. I see this in YouTube ads now. Whenever my fucking ad blocker decides to fucking spite me and malfunction, I see Bloomberg ads. They're 6 seconds long. They're all so folksy and stupid. Oh, you ever see Trump pet a dog? Bloomberg will pet a dog. You know why? He gets things done. Dum-dum. Like, that's it. Yeah, Hulu, Netflix, it's the whole media space has been overcome by astroturfing Bloomberg campaign. And the dude's a robot. Have you seen him try to pet a fucking dog? Have you seen this? Just give me the fucking video, you stupid piece of shit.
It's not that Mike Bloomberg doesn't know how to shake hands off with a nice tickle, but still. Oh, sure, he
I don't need the
dropped it off
fucking
with a
commentary.
nice tickle, but still, ay.
Holy
Look at one
shit, who the
wag. He thought it was Bernie.
This is CNN? Ay. Holy shit, shut up. Just give me the fucking video.
Mike Bloomberg is the man to lead.
Afraid of the NRA, not one bit.
Trust me.
I just want, by the way, the overwhelming cynicism is Bloomberg is like a horrible person to work for. So this folksy, like, it's dogs talking.
More jobs. Mike's not afraid of the NRA, not one bit.
Trust me, Mike will get it done. Yeah.
Get it done, yes.
He does not tweet.
He doesn't tweet? Yeah, this is animal abuse. Forcing animals to be in the presence of this is it's just too much.
Oh, I like Mike.
I like Mike. I lick Mike.
So we have that, and then we get this is maybe the best juxtaposition I've ever seen. This is salient. You can almost hear like the what's the show dun 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 dun. You know that little jingle. He's a fucking robot. His synapse. He's never seen a dog before in his fucking life. He just sees. He's just like his fucking soup businessman brain just sees an entity and reaches out to handshake. He commits. He commits to it too. Look, the dog weird champs him when he's done. Look at that. Look, the dog's like, all right, okay, we're done. It's crazy to me. This dude, Bloomberg, is a fucking robot. There's something missing. I don't understand. How do you shake it? It's like, can you imagine like someone say, like, imagine if you have Bloomberg over, okay? You have Bloomberg over, and you like talking, you're at a table or whatever, you're discussing business, you're talking about how you like to rape children or whatever, because you know billionaires, you know how it is. And Bloomberg's sitting there, and then your cat jumps up at the table, and you like rub the back of the cat's head, and Bloomberg like grabs the cat by the throat with both hands, and then gives it like a throttle, and then like pats it on the head and like sends it on its way. And the shake weight technique, you know. And to him, this is totally normal. You're looking and you're like, oh shit. Wait, does he know? What, have I been disrespected in some way? Oh yeah, the ice cream.
Big gay ice cream is the best. Where's my ice cream? Big gay ice cream is the best.
Now, I admit that if that was a Bernie ad, I think he would have sold that. You know what I mean? If that was Bernie, he would have sold it. He would have given the camera guy like a look. He would be like, yeah, that's pretty good. It's very gay. Yeah, very gay. Yeah, and give like a smile or something. He would have sold it. All it takes is somebody with a human soul. Look at his eyes. Is this somebody who truly does this person truly believe that Big Gay is the best? Does he really believe that? Or is he lying to you right now? I think he's lying. I don't think he thinks Big Gay is good at all. I don't think he thinks anything about it. Bloomberg, you know, the king of the stop and frisk. A king oligarch buying his way into this election. He's a legitimate threat because he will never drop out. He will never drop out. Because he doesn't have to, because he has infinite money. Why would he ever drop out? And personally, I think it's disgusting that we live in a country where the overwhelming popular support of Bernie Sanders and all the money it has generated, more donations than any other candidate in history of this country, can be outpaced by a factor of 5 because some billionaire just decided, my son say, why not president? Yeah, we'll give it a shot. Anyway, that concludes Bernie Watch. That concludes Bernie Watch, the 1st of February, 2020. Man, we sure did not leave time for Blair White. Bosh, don't you think you're overhyping Bernie? Kalianox98, as far as I can tell, the only reason you were born is to continuously remind me that a social democrat election is not capable of overcoming capitalism. No, I don't think I'm overhyping Bernie. Bernie is fucking sick. Bernie is the best candidate we have to support right now. I can simultaneously stand the fuck out of Bernie while also believing that electoral reform is not enough to end socialism. What did Blair White do? I don't know. It's fucking Blair White. There's always something. I was just going to look at Blair White's videos and just find something infuriating and then yell at her for like 30 minutes. I mean, is that not enough? Like, is that not the formula? Hold on, let me blow my nose. Did I say end socialism? Why do I keep doing this? Is there like a speech class that I could go to prevent the insane level of fucking linguistic transpositions I engage in every time? You have any plans to go over Crowder's MLK video? No. There's literally no fucking point. All you have to do is just like, hey, fucking MLK was a socialist, fuck you. Like, that's it. Like, that's the whole, 9 yards. Let me finish up the last of donations, and then we'll head. We had a super long, Discord AMA to begin with, but I did enjoy it quite a bit, so, Super cringe. Jacob Bouchier with $5 just tuned in. Anal just feels like you pooping, but it goes up. Also, have you seen Hakeem's new video on social democracy? Would like to see your take. I have not seen that new video. I think anal feels a little bit better than reverse pooping. Like, there's probably a little more to it. Maybe a little. But maybe, yeah. Benjamin Hilm with the £2. Did you know Jesse Lee Peterson was 70? I'm shook. Yeah, dude looks great for his age. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. But I knew how old he was. Yeah. Radical Autism with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you. This makes me grateful not being American. What a fucking political system. But there is still hope. Bernie 2020. True! Bernie 2020. That is true. Bernie 2020. I couldn't possibly agree more. I agree substantially, in fact. Sergey No Homo 69 with the $5. If we're talking about beating Trump, Yang is the Dems' best chance. He has the most appeal to disaffected Trump voters and other various right-leaning people. Too bad the DNC will screw him. The DNC is not screwing him, my dude. He's just not that popular because he has platformed himself completely on one policy that doesn't even fix the thing he says it's supposed to fix. Universal basic income is not a solution to the problem of automation. He's a gimmick candidate. Now, he can move the discussion over. He can bring attention to a given issue. But this guy is not, like, the Dems' best chance. Like, even close. The thing that you need to do most to win an election is to captivate populist appeal. And that's Bernie. Yang is a nerd, dude. Like, Yang is like a nerdy, shy, awkward guy. And I like him. Mind you, like, I like his vibe, I guess, but it's not like a presidential vibe. Can you imagine, like, Yang as president? Like, he is nowhere near the bravado and commanding, authoritative personality. In my opinion. Japes with the $5. The only way superdelegates actually matter is by making it look like certain candidates are ahead because they can pre-select a candidate. There's little chance the superdelegate sides against the winner. Normally, yes. But for Bernie Sanders, I think they absolutely would. For Bernie fucking Sanders, I think they absolutely would side against the leading candidate. I think they definitely would. I think they're absolutely willing to do that, yeah. It's very cringe, but I think they would. That's my... Literal, or I know that the thing is going to come up next, so.
Toss a coin to your streamer.
Right. Literal Orange with the $5. I have been a registered Dem since I could vote because I find it sickening to my core that superdelegates are still a thing and Republicans got rid of the equivalent already. Also, congrats on 54K. Wait, did I hit 54K subscribers? Oh, neat, I did. Wait, I did 3 days ago. Sweet. And we're up to 11 million... and we're up to 11 million total video views. The thing that I'm most proud of right now is that I'm every month getting a consistent 200,000 or so unique viewers. So every month I get like 1.6 million views, but a lot of that is repeat, customers. It's the unique viewers that I care about. Oh, Kalinox98, of course reform can be undone, but I don't see what that has to do. Like, you should push as hard as you can for anything that'll make the world better. I don't know how Bernie Sanders winning will hurt the third world more than Trump winning, though, or Biden winning. I feel like that'd be better. Anyway, Ciancius with $1. I think the best thing to do is to tell people, after the first two, is to tell people that Bernie Sanders is the underdog that is doing the impossible. People love an underdog story. Yeah. When they see an underdog candidate take Iowa and New Hampshire, I think that's going to be a big, big magnet for Democratic voters towards Bernie Sanders. I think that's going to elicit interest from them. Mocracy with the $2. Did you see Crowder's When Transgenders Attack video? No, I didn't. What is it about? I can guess, though. Fen Beckus with the 129. Hey Vosh, what's your opinion on the European Union? I think it's mostly a good thing. Probably a bureaucratic mess, but, otherwise not too cringe. Cortain with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you, comrade. Here's a coin. I want to hear the sound. Well, true. And there you go. Thank you so much for the generosity, comrade. I really appreciate it. I have to keep it at $20 now. It's so lucrative. I thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Motion Effector with the $1. Hassan's fans got him on Chapo by emailing them demanding it, and you fuckers haven't gotten Vosh on? For shame, shame, shame. Well, Hassan is like 10 times my size in the broader media space, so that makes sense. It would be really fun, though. I think one of the Chapo boys, though, liked a tweet that was calling me like a sociopath for the Kobe tweets, though, so I think I'm not getting on. Motion Effector with the $1. Hassan's... Wait, I just read that. Sam Hammer with the 660. If you like the coin toss jingle, you'll probably like Black Pumas. They're amazing.
I'm Cheryl Waters. You're listening to KEXP, where the music...
Yes! I'll have to check that out later. Trying to get me fucking DMCA'd, you stupid piece of shit. Thank you. Jigri with the $1. Hello, I am repeating this question. How to meet up with you and end it with a fuck. I must repeat to you, comrade, that it is a secret. I am actually currently having sex all the time with all my fans. You are the only one who hasn't found out the secret way to my house. You're the only one who hasn't found out how to do it. For shame. Everyone else, I actually have right now like 3 viewers just competing to get the tip in their mouth right now, because the shaft and balls are all up for grabs, but the tip is where the nut comes from, and they're fighting for it. But you have to figure out the secret sort of Da Vinci Code-esque, circuitous route to that state. Astronet with the $5. Thank you. Hey Vosh, would you mind if I sent you a version of Toss a Coin to your streamer? I think I could make one that's really good. Also, I'm just kind of bored and want something to do. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely you could. 100%. My only suggestion would be just don't expect me to like put it in for the donation sound, because I already paid the person for it, And I really, really like this one. But absolutely, go for it. I love hearing the jingle jangles. Japes with the $5. I obviously find Bloomberg's ability to make cucks of the DNC party pretty disgusting, but really he only serves to split the votes between Biden and himself for people who don't think Biden to win. You forget people can change their minds during a primary. Imagine a billionaire candidate who can pay their way through the race unceasingly, whereas Bernie has to keep garnering support from his fans, constantly making attacks simultaneously against Trump and Bernie, saying that he opposes socialism, whether it be for the people or for the rich. Bloomberg, by being hyper wealthy, has a pretty good vantage point from which to attack Bernie for being a dirty socialist. He could end up pulling undecided voters over to him in a way that Biden couldn't. He's a threat. 900 by 900 with the 111. Want to cringe so hard you break your spine? Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen this. It's really good. Early contender for best image of 2020, to be honest. Dredge with the $1. Have you pooped today? Of course, comrade. Obscure leftist with the $5. Bloomberg would lose to Trump. 2 words, soda ban. Yeah, that's true. That does not play well. The idea, and by the way, I think it was a stupid idea. The idea of like a big city fucking, yeah, a big city, you know, billionaire, highfalutin coastal elite telling all the good old folks that they can't, have any delicious big gulp. Oh, this is really good. I haven't seen this. Wint, you've done it again. Yeah, instant classic. Very, very good. And Wumpy jumps with the $5. Hey Vosh, weren't you going to watch the Brainlet video a few streams ago, the Bernie one? Oh, I watched it on my own time. I wasn't going to watch it on stream. Shu gets enough free advertising from me, to be honest. No. I wouldn't have much to say, probably. I usually like watching videos if I'm going to disagree with them. I know that I'm going to agree with most of what Shu has to say on Bernie Sanders, though. Shu and I both are very populist. Shu and I both like Bernie Sanders a lot. Geronimo Roeder with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you, comrade. I like to have sex with women and trans women, but not men. Am I bi or something else? I honestly don't know. No, that means you're straight. Assuming that you're a dude. Otherwise, that would make you gay. Trans women are women. Hey, again, you can ask trans women. You go ahead and ask them. After a trans woman has like put any time whatsoever to transitioning, like at all, any social, any physical transitioning, who do you think goes for trans women? Because it's not gay dudes. Gay dudes don't like trans women. Like trust me, if you find like a trans woman or like a cute girl with a penis or whatever, and like show them to a gay dude, gay, not bi, gay dude. It's fucking, that's gross to them because it's a fucking girl. You know, likewise, you know, same with trans dudes as well. Having slept with a pretty fair number of trans dudes, myself, you know, I can pretty safely say these are not people that would appeal to straight men, like, at all. Not even slightly. So yeah, you're straight. If you liked women and trans women, you're straight, you know? If you don't care about genitals much, then there you go. That's cool. But yeah, it's just the people usually, okay, so genital attraction is definitely an important component of what people are into, but for the most part, people are into the affectations and presentation of one's like gender performativity. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, right? I've interacted with so many trans and queer people, like this just seems second nature to me. But I guess for a lot of people, they see this in more biologically essentialist terms, so they don't know. Am I attractive? I have no idea what you look like, Lilith Levitt. What's my body count? I don't know, like high 30s, I think? I have no fucking clue. I assume by body count you mean people I've had sex with. It is an odd way to... It is an odd way to phrase it, though, I guess. Are robots attractive? That really depends on the robot, you know? Somnio Static with the $5. Palestine cutting official ties with the US and Israel, apparently. Really? Wait, that sounds bad. Wait, cutting official ties with Palestine. Wait a second. You usually cut off diplomatic ties when you're resorting to non-diplomatic. I'll have to look at that off stream. Because of the new peace plan? Oh, gotcha. How do you know you're trans if you don't experience gender dysphoria? That's up to you, comrade. If you think you're don't think of yourself as trans. Just think, am I a man or am I a woman? Like, whatever you were born, assigned at birth or whatever. Like, if you have a dick, am I a man? If you're not a man, then you're trans. There you go. You done did it. Nice. Nice. Mocracy with $2. When transgenders attack, change my mind, Crowder. I'll give it a look. Vontex with the $2. Wasn't Kobe a rapist? I've heard a lot of conflicting information on that regarding Kobe, the legitimacy of the claims made against Kobe. A lot of the people who have defended him have been like sports types, though, and every interaction I've ever had with sports dudes defending their sportsmen from allegations of rape have been pretty negative. So I'm inclined to believe that he probably was a rapist. But, I mean, it doesn't really matter. All sports ball fans. Every person who has ever come into contact with a sports ball has done rape. I hate sports. Fuck all of you. Is my hair dry yet? There we go. I hate the stream right after the shower, dude, because how do you deal with fascists who aren't crypto and just accept the label of fascist? When people have irreconcilable views from yours, there are only two things that you can do. You can either try to find common goals you have and point out how your way is a better way of achieving those goals, or you accept that there is no reconciling their differences and you kill or disempower them. Those are the only two answers. What if you come in contact with balls while playing sports? I did once wrestle a girl who I wanted to fuck really badly. Goat with the $1. Just want to say the Toss a Coin guy also has a Twitch if anyone's interested. He hasn't streamed for a bit, but should be more active soon. Yeah, Big Lundy. Look, here you go. I like shouting out artists, you know? Artists are pretty cool. Big_Lundy. Over there. Oh, hey, Twappy. Twappy, you just missed me malding about the Bloomberg stuff. Yeah, you just missed me malding about the Bloomberg stuff. We're all malding over here. We all mauled down here, comrades. Being a closeted, horny trans girl doing fighting was so stressful, so much beautiful muscle and flexibility. I don't think you have to be a horny trans girl to do that. You could also be gay, right? Right? Okay. I can't go through the Israel stuff right now. If I do the Israel stuff, I've had this one Zionist who's been following me on Twitter, adding me with the same, like, it's like a 30 tweet thread he did where he tells me how I'm wrong about Israel in like every way. And actually it's like a super perfect democratic egalitarian society that's rightfully defending itself against the, and like every other tweet of mine, like he'll respond with it and then like link his 30 tweet thread, you know? Like I can't, I fucking hate Israel. I fucking hate Zionists. I have to limit my engagement, I think, with the community. There we go. If saying you identify as any other gender is all that's needed to be trans, how do we differentiate between people who are sincere and those who are misled or lying? Who cares? Who cares if anyone's misled or lying? Wait, why? So why would anyone like, hey, I'm actually a woman even though I have a penis? There's no fight for legitimacy here. Just live your life authentically. If they're misled or whatever, like that's their shit to figure out. You know? Are you seriously just going to skip Blair? Everything, every stream plan is highly subject to change, comrade. Do you have any plans to play a Hat on Time on stream? Also, have you reached the Seal the Deal DLC yet? I haven't touched the Seal the Deal DLC of a Hat in Time, but I have played a lot of Hat in Time, and I'm doing the Death Wishes right now. I have like 80 of the 120 Death Wishes. Push it over to the right side. This side. Like this. This would be my right side. Oh wow, Bumfart Sparkles with the incredibly generous $21.37. Holy shit, comrade. That is really, really kind of you. No message attached either. Just pure philanthropy. Very much appreciated. Woo, 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 woo. There we go. Ajax with the $5. I was talking to coworkers about socialism, and while they agreed with almost everything, they couldn't get over the idea that a person who started the company wouldn't take the lion's share of profit and have full ownership. How do you respond to this? What is starting a company? Why does that mean you get everything forever? I don't think that start a company because you believe you can create a company, not because you believe you'll be able to have supremacy over everyone who ever works there forever. It's dumb. If you believe starting a company can better your life, then it should be able to better your life even without like the promise of infinite wealth on the other side of the horizon. That's just capitalist ideology that has been ingrained into their mind. It's like, well, the feudal lord was technically the one who secured this land. Why shouldn't they be able to control the lives of the serfs on it? Like, it's circular, it's tautological, it just falls within the logic of capitalism. It doesn't extend beyond it. Yes, it's pure ideology. Sniff. To be succinct. There was a wrestler girl that I really wanted to fuck. I was in wrestling back in my sophomore year of high school, and I was actually, like, more muscular. Wait, hold on. Cis males who have lied to break weightlifting records, I thought? No, there have been no records to my knowledge of cis men who have lied and said they are women to break weightlifting records. Basically, every sports league that allows trans women has a baseline requirement for how many years that you need to have transitioned for. You need medical transition, you need like sign off from a doctor, you need to have been taking like 2 years of hormone therapy. But even if that is the case, like even if there's for some reason organizations stupid enough to like not have those very basic limitations in place to avoid abuse of the system, what does that have to do with the legitimacy of gender in general? Just chill. People's identities shouldn't be up for scrutiny like that, in my opinion, you know? S'more with a $1. Just want to say don't worry too much about one of the Chapo guys liking a tweet responding to your Kobe tweet. They most likely like the tweet going after you to make fun of it. They usually laugh at that kind of shit. Yeah, I think for the most part, there's no way people who like Cumtown could be that offended by anything that I said. Especially since I didn't really fucking even say that much. Hold on. There was a rapper who said he was a woman for 1 minute and broke a woman's weightlifting record. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know that. That rapper guy, he's just conflating gender and sex. Just stupid. Sniff. Disregarding the Uyghur thing and some other humanitarian problems, are you in favor of a socialist system like what the CCP is using? No, China is not using a socialist system in the slightest. It's an oligarchical, highly cutthroat capitalist system. There's nothing socialist about the CCP, not even fucking close. The workers are nowhere near controlling the means of production. So no, I do not support it. I gotta get through these donuts because I start talking, you know. High Progressive with the $5. Do you think there's a chance Bloomberg could take Biden's place as the DNC preferred candidate? The way he is pouring money into the DNC reminds me of what Hillary did in 2016. I think it's a possibility, yeah. Biden might end up having like a really bad sundown moment, and afterwards he has to call it quits, and Bloomberg becomes like the dark horse to pull away all of the sort of the support that he had. It's totally possible. It's admittedly not likely, but it is possible. Geronimo Reader with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you, man. You're being very kind to me today. Did you play Warframe? I think this could be a cool game to play with your community, I think. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of playing games with the stream. It'd be a little weird. I'd feel like I'm babysitting, you know. But I did play Warframe. I have like 300 hours in it. How many hours? Wait, hold on. I'll give that a look. I wasn't like super good. I had, yeah, 257 hours. 257 hours, yeah. Which is fun. There are games I might play with stream someday. Machinan Ital. Fuck you. With the $3. You should look into Robert Biedroń. He's the Polish Bernie Sanders and is running for president. He's openly gay and attacks the rise of racism in Poland. He's pretty based. His party also wants to separate church and state and legalize abortion. Poland doesn't have legalized separation of church and state? Eesh. Yeah, I'll give it a look. I can't imagine his shot is as good as Bernie's over here is, but, you know, I can give it a look. Not M with the $5. I think ask yourself whether you want to be a man or a woman can sometimes be more helpful than ask yourself whether you are a man or a woman to potential trans people. Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, ask yourself whether you want to be. Like, do you like being a dude? Do you like being a woman? Now, again, I'm a gender abolitionist, so I think these are very arbitrary, very silly terms. I like being a dude mostly because it's easy. You know, I like being a dude mostly because it's convenient. You know, it already fits in with preconceptions about me that, you know, make it, you know, fairly easy for me to just sort of get through society with that identification. Gender dysphoria is caused purely by capitalist oppression. All right, Kaliox. All right, I can only take so many bad takes in one day. I can't. That's a level of class reductionism that's way too far. That's way too far gone, dude. Holy shit. Capitalist alienation causes fucking gender. Get out of here, dude. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they'll unban this time. Last time I unbanned just because I was salty. This time, you know. Paul Resende is the $10. Thank you. How should we troll the Britbongers now that they finally left the EU? I think that existing in life as a Britbonger is suffering enough and we should leave them be. Maybe. Vosh is a gender essentialist, not a gender abolitionist. Parody snuts. Haven't we done this before? Wait, what? I want to abolish gender. I want gender gone. So there is no more gender. I don't want gender. I don't want man and woman to be terms people use anymore. How is that not gender abolitionist? That's literally the definition of gender abolitionism. Some people call it gender anarchy. Some people call it gender nihilism. Gender abolitionism seems to be the most neutral and, you know, specific term. What is gender essentialism? Gender essentialism is the attribution of a fixed essence to woman. That's turf shit. Gender essentialism is the belief that people who are born with vaginas have like a magical woman's soul inside of them. And people who are born with penises have a magical man's soul inside of them. I don't know if you're misusing these terms, but this is literally as far away from my ideology as it is possible to be. Wrong, you're a sex abolitionist? No, you can't abolish sex. It's there. What? I don't understand chat sometimes. Sometimes I just look at chat and I don't... Yeah, I want to get rid of gender and keep sex. What is sex abolitionism? What would that be? Do we sandblast our genitalia off? Do we all drink bleach until our internal sex organs all melt into nothing? What does that mean? You know, we all become Ken dolls. Ken doll is gender without sex, right? Because it's the same model, but you put on like the face paint and the clothing, and it's a man, but there's no sexual characteristic of a man, right? Kinda, yeah. So a Ken doll is gender without sex, in a way. There was a Futurama episode on this? Okay. No? Okay, that was weird. Ken is a trans man? Maybe. Radical Autism with the incredibly generous $10. Thank you, my man. Vosh is going to head off in his Viking longboat to raid and plunder. Yeah, I'll do more hair down streams eventually. You know, just get people's jimmies rustled. Vosh, Kalionox followed it up by we need to abolish gender. I don't care, dude. Kalionox believed that Nah, Kalianox believed that capitalist alienation causes gender dysphoria. That doesn't even follow. Why would alienation from your workplace and alienation from the product of your labor lead you then to believe that your birth genitalia are horrible and dysphoriant? Like this doesn't even follow. It's class reductionism. Cringe. Do you consider general body types to be a part of sex? Well, most every part of the body is affected at least a little bit by your sexual inclination, you know? Like almost every part, you know? Even stuff like my arm. Like my arm is like hairy and large, and the bones are thicker and the muscles are heavier, and that probably wouldn't, you know, so much be the case. Yeah, if I was born with a vagina. But that's it's a bimodal. Remember, it's bimodal. It's not binary, it's bimodal. You know, you can be on one sort of side of the hump or on the other side. Vosh, you think essence of girl makes someone a girl? You are 100% essentialist. Biological reality equals sex. Only sex is real, not gender. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't think essence of girl makes somebody a girl. I think identifying as a girl makes somebody a girl. What the fuck does that? Yeah. You always know it's a good conversation when the person's misusing terminology so severely that you actually have no idea what they're trying to say. These turfs, man. I have no... Yeah, why would you tell me what I believe, too? Why can't you just fucking ask me? That's such a bad faith fucking... Hill Tribe with the $10. Thank you, man. Your mental health streams encourage me to seek help after spending 2 years caring for my dad with Alzheimer's. Shout out to carers. It's a lonely existence. Yeah, no shit it is. Holy fuck, comrade. I'm so glad that my dumbass was able to maybe convince you to take care of yourself. Good on you for taking care of your dad, but I'm really glad that you're looking for help now as well. Yeah, Alzheimer's is very sketchy. Yeah, I gotta go through these donuts. I meant to end stream 40 minutes. I just like talking with you guys. I love being with you guys, you know? All my good friends here in chat. Paul Resendez, the $5. What if someone starts a company with a brand new innovation or invention? If the inventor has to share the profits of the work with workers, would that decrease the rate of innovation in a syndicalist society? Not so, my friend, because, and keep this in mind, most invention is done in the public sector with government money or by universities. But for two, most inventors just want to get their shit out there because they're excited about their product. Think of, under this system, how many hundreds of millions of people might have good ideas who will never have a chance to evoke them because our economic system disenfranchises everyone who doesn't have the money to start their own business. You know? Yeah, inventors are like artists. You do it for the passion. You need money to get your stuff off the ground, of course, but that's the same in this system or the other. The only difference is that in a worker-owned system... so, to put it simply, I don't think there are people out there who have great innovations or inventions who will just not do it because they're salty that other people would get to share in with their labor. Also, if they're starting a company with a brand new innovation or invention, like if they're starting a company with this means they've already had the thing produced, you know? If they've already had the thing produced, then that means that, like, they've already produced this material. I don't think that they should be able to, like, then go on to become a billionaire because they have sole ownership over the thing that they've produced. You know what I mean? But no, there's no evidence to me to suggest that ingenuity would go down this system. I think that it would go up because it would enfranchise more people and afford more people the opportunities to get their stuff out there. Yeah, that's all I'll do. I'm a programmer. My work is somewhat like inventing. Without capitalist pressures, I'd have created much more software. Yeah. I think the system as it exists now is pretty limiting. Somnio Static with the $5. Can you explain all of socialism, please? Peppo G. So, bad man... finite stuff on Earth, finite land, finite time. Some people take all stuff, then they say they get stuff through hard work, when really they just got stuff. Now most people just have not much, and now we need system where all people have stuff, because people should all have life good. There you go. Blade Valiant with the $5. Do you think Bernie will have a convenient heart attack? I know that the CIA has reloaded their heart attack gun.
Toss a coin to your streamer.
The heart attack gun has been reloaded. There is no denying that. I have no idea if they're going to fire it again. There's no way to know. It's likely though. Neen with the $5. Have you seen Biden manhandle somebody recently when he said he was voting for someone else in the caucus? I timestamped for you. Yes, I saw this.
Back. I was genuinely shocked.
Wait, you didn't timestamp it for me. Fuck you.
Des Moines activist Ed Fallon said Fallon started off fine, but Biden quickly became agitated when Fallon didn't agree to support him in the caucuses.
We got to stop building and replacing pipelines. You got to go vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much, sir. We're going to have you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I'm going to vote you in the general if you treat me
Yeah,
right.
I know. Well, I'm not.
Well, can I have a
Look,
picture?
you're asking a picture of me.
What?
I'm not.
What? This is our front runner?
I'm not.
Well, can I have a
Look,
picture?
you're asking a picture of me. You're coming up and telling me you don't support me.
No.
My plan. Yeah, you did. You said you
I said I would support you in the general.
in the general. I'm looking for a primary.
We're happy to
and
get
a
a number.
caucus.
We can follow up.
That's what I'm looking for, okay?
Just because
Now,
we're trying to get.
you believe that Bernie can do something and by
Biden's like, fuck you, vote for someone else. You're not going to vote for me. Well, I'll vote for you if you treat me right in the general. Well, I won't. Like, fuck you. Jesus Christ. This guy has nothing but contempt for his voters. But that is the DNC way. And he has to touch the guy, too. He has to... Blind Joe has to feel his way around all these social interactions, you know? Posadas John with the $1. Oh, no, we can't do YouTube links. If everyone hasn't already seen it, Warframe contributed probably the single best, like, worker solidarity song for over the past half century. We all live together, and you should all look it up on YouTube, okay? All right? Dredge with the $1. What is your most common dono amount? Do you have access to these analytics? I do, but I don't dig through them that often. It's $5, though. Because $5 is A, what Sake Tanuki donates, and B, the minimum amount that you can donate through my website, which is where most of my donos come from. Big Buncher with the $1. Recommend this as a dumb video to respond to. Oh, I've seen this. This is the yeah.
That the sex industry will become safer and less real calculation, just as everything. And this is
Against bourgeois degeneracy. Yeah, this is just like Nazbol stuff, basically. Or at the very least, like, highly reactionary leftist stuff. Yeah, where the Nazbol audio quality at? Jesus fuck. Joseph S. with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you so much, comrade. Have you played Temtem? And by the way, where is the code to get in that beard? Sorry, comrade, I can't give you the code either, but I do want to say the only experience I've had with Temtem is I watched an AlphaRad playthrough of it. I watched an AlphaRad playthrough of, or like a little bit of it. I kind of skimmed through it. I don't like Pokemon, so I'm not going to like Temtem. And during the character customization, AlphaRad black bar censored the chest of the female avatar that he was doing, and he was like, "Whoa! So apparently they're naked." And I thought, like, wait, are they actually naked? So I looked up another video that didn't censor it, and it wasn't naked. They were just wearing like a tube top, like underwear, like bandage underwear, you know, like an anime. And it was weird to me that he was like, "Oh, that's naked." You know what I mean? You know what I mean, right? Maybe it's because they were like kids, so he wanted to be extra special careful or something. I have no idea. That's all I know about Temtem, okay? I've never been much of like a collect-a-thon game type dude. Macanon Italia with the $1. Watch this. It's short, funny Joe Biden shit. it was an earlier build. There's no way there was a playable build where you could see the naked chest of a 13-year-old girl. Oh yeah, I've seen this. We can watch it. We can watch it again though, because it's classic.
You know, I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down, so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that he's the most likely candidate right now to win the 2020 Democratic primary. Did he actually say that? Yeah, that's all quote. That's all straight from his mouth. None of that was faked. Dog Sauce with the 5 Canadian is canceling someone like burying them alive. Yeah, as someone who's been canceled often, yeah, I can say definitely. It's like being shot. It's like being holocausted, basically. A big union just switched over from Sanders to Biden. Why would any union ever not? The Allied Transit Union? What's their rationale? Major union flips support from Sanders to Biden. Cited Biden's electability against Trump. Okay, so it's just... What? Wait, if the transit union backed Bernie Sanders in 2016, when Sanders had a much worse chance that Sanders does now, why wouldn't they support Sanders now? Okay, so it's just an electability thing. Whatever, they'll turn their fucking tune. This is so stupid. Because Hillary was peak unelectability? Yeah, but Bernie was even less electable back then. Whatever. Yeah. And Bloomberg can't pet dogs with the incredibly generous $21.38. Thank you so much, comrade. You people have absolutely showered me with kindness today. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We're almost done with donuts. Then I gotta go because I'm hungry. Piotr Online with the 20 bucks. Thank you. That is very kind of you. My grandfather was an inventor, engineer, who built the unique machine that bottles Coke bottles. Corporations don't invent things, their employees do, and paying them less than a fair share isn't encouraging them to work hard. That's also true. The vast majority of inventors are not business owners. They're workers. Why would an owner want to dirty their hands with making the world better? They're perfectly content making money off of the work of other people. Workers tend to be the ones who invent things. Either this stream or the next stream, somebody has to like give a tier 1 sub to Lilith Lovett so that she can stop fading into the fucking white names. And while she's, I don't know if she's here right now, but because you know I don't even see white names. You people aren't even human to me. Derry Cypher down there. Not even a human being to me, honestly. Oh, wait, speaking of... Okay, wait. Oh, wait, holy shit. Wait, hold on. We gotta finish these donuts. Okay. That hurts a little. No, I was kidding! Guy, no. I'm drawing furry porn. Wait, you draw Lilith of it? I didn't know that. No. I'm kidding. I love you guys. I love you. I love my white names. I love you guys. Love you. Okay. Geronimo Reader with the 20 bucks. How would a genderless society look like? I can't really imagine it. Just close your eyes and think throughout your life every single time that you've heard or thought or imagined or had told to you that a man does blank or a woman does blank. Just think of how much that is. Like, think of how much that encompasses. From day one of your life, you're already being given subtle signals that if you have a vagina and boobs, you do one thing. And if you have a penis and a beard or whatever, you do another thing. And disparity between these groups is reinforced in so many ways it's sometimes impossible to imagine. A genderless society would be one hundreds of years in the future. There just no longer be any roles or expectations surrounding one's sexual characteristics. It would just be God, it really is abstract, isn't it? But there's no way to really describe it without sort of understanding the totality of how gender impacts people in society. I could do a stream on that, yeah. Yeah, it would be like a post-racial society as well. I'm also a race abolitionist. It just doesn't come up as often, you know. Okay, we gotta finish these donuts. Mr. Skids with the $5. Hey, Avash, been getting into your videos and loving them. Longtime supporter of Bernie and free rights to the people. Fuck the far right and the DNC. True! That is true, comrade. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear you enjoy the content. Fuck the DNC. Geronimo Reader with the $5. Ignore the previous donation. I get it now.
Look, here's the thing. Fine.
Listen,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. In that.
You're not retarded, my dude. Don't worry. Genderless society is highly abstract. I love you. Okay. I was wondering why in chat you were like, don't answer this, don't answer. I get it, but I wish. Oh God, man. I so wish Alex Jones was on the left. I wish so badly that he was on the left. Oh my God. Luma with the $5. Thank you. What is your opinion on Bill Maher? I used to think he was okay till the last few years with his dislike of Sanders supporters and dumb anti-vaxxer takes. No, Bill Maher is a huge piece of shit. We can get into it later, but Bill Maher is a massive reactionary piece of shit. I fucking hate that guy. I would have to go through like the whole shebang. Bill Maher is pro-pedophilia unironically. Well, I don't know about that. It's Maher. I'm sorry, Bill Maher. I hate Bill Maher because I think he's a reactionary toolbag. My bad. My apologies. Sorry, I'll get it right next time. Jesus fuck. Snowy with the $1 still relevant.
There is something fundamentally wrong in this. There is something fundamentally wrong in this country. We have a corrupt campaign finance system. When the top 1/10 of the 1% own almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. We need a political revolution. Not today, but yesterday.
I've never seen that before. That's pretty funny. That got me pretty good. Do the Google. Mar thinks women and boys is acceptable. Oh, great. That's sexism, though. Geronimo Reader with the gifted Tier 4 subscription. Holy shit, comrade. Gifted Tier 4 subscription to Burn the Pigs. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you. God damn. Well, Burn the Pigs. I see you a lot in chat. Enjoy the yellow name. Thank you so much, Geronimo Reader. You have been crazy kind today. I really, really appreciate that. What about Blair White? What about Blair White? Paul Resende is the $5. Why don't you eat on stream like Destiny, like a true big brain intellectual? Because the metrics of viewer sustainability on YouTube are worse than they are on Twitch. So for YouTube, you generally want to like front load your good stuff and not go too long as a stream, because the discoverability on Twitch makes it more likely you can maintain like a pretty even amount. Whereas with YouTube, if you go out too far, like a fuck ton of people will just leave and they won't really come back later. You know what I mean? So the system works differently. Neon Nora with the £5. Read this entire super chat and think about everything that went wrong in your life. My life is going great, comrade. And Somnio Static with the gifted Tier 1 sub to Lilith. Love it. Thank you very much. And there we go. Right here, an orange name. Look at that. Look at that. All right. Cisgender abolitionists need to learn more about trans people. Holy fuck. Whoa! Sophie Snoo, are you calling me out? Uh-oh. Hold on. Sophie Snoo, I thought we were friends. No, Vosh? Okay, never mind. We're not getting called. Okay, all right, just making sure. All right, just making sure. All right, thank you, folks. Couldn't you just give Lilith Lovett a blue name? Does Lilith Lovett even have like a YouTube? I have no idea. I just I don't blue name. Listen, there's a gauntlet that one has to pass for the blue name test. Okay. I love you all very much. Beautiful stream, beautiful people, fantastic. Love you. Have yourself a wonderful day. I'm incredibly hungry. I'm going to go do that. And we'll do Blair White next time. And we'll see how that goes. Love you. Peace. Hey, two days until the Iowa caucus. Do phone banking.